entire community to enjoy. The Mountain State Apple Harvest Festival, sponsored by BCT, invites you to like us on Facebook and follow along for all the details of this year's 3-day event. MSAHF.com.
It's time for the excitement of NCAA Division II football, featuring the Shepherd University Rams and the Pennsylvania State Athletic Conference. Today's play-by-play coverage is being brought to you by Smallwood and Small Insurance, Milestone Realty, the Sutton and Janelle Law Firm, Orsini's Home Store, the Mirius Group of Financial Advisors, the Palace Lounge, and the Mansion Ferretti Law Firm. Standing by is our TV10 broadcast team. So let's head to the field and get today's pregame show underway.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Rams Stadium as the Shepherd University Rams take on the Shippensburg Raiders in a matchup between the longest PSAC rivalry between Shepherd and another school, as these two schools have been doing battle since 1922. Nick Verzolini alongside me is Travis Smith, Matt Miller, Donald Kinney, and Harry Brown, our cameraman. Spencer Dupuy, our on-site producer, and back in the studio is Colin McLaughlin. Travis, it's a great matchup here today, and two gunslinging quarterbacks going at it in Tyson Bagent and Bryson Messina.
Absolutely, and what's interesting is that Jesse Carell was the former offensive coordinator for Shippensburg, and Bryson Messina kind of his prodigy. So it's going to be interesting to see that Carell coming back, facing his former school with his new gunslinger, like you mentioned, in Tyson Bagent. So it's certainly going to be a matchup of premier quarterbacks.
Tyson Bagent completing 52 passes a week ago, so they're going to look to get that running game going. We'll talk a little bit more about that later, but in terms of this matchup, Shippensburg coming in at 4-0, Shepherd coming off of a loss to Kutztown and 3-1 record. Still in the top 25, though, and the goals for this season are still in front for the Rams.
Yeah, this is not a new position for this Shepherd Rams football team. You think back to 2019, they got off to a 2-2 start, but they were still able to right the ship and still make it into postseason play and playing their best football at the end of the season, which is always the goal. You want to be playing your best football at the end of the season once you get into that postseason play. So everything's still on the table. And you look over at that Shippensburg team, off to a 4-0 start. And if you look a little closer, the teams that they beat have had a combined 2-13 record. Look at West Virginia State, they're 1-3. Edinburgh, 0-3. Clarion, 0-4. Bloomsburg, 1-3. But to Shippensburg credit, you can only beat who you play.
Right.
So far, they've taken care of business. They're playing good football, and they're coming into today's game looking to, see how they measure up against one of the better teams in the PSAC.
And this is a pretty historic rivalry. It's the closest school in the PSAC from Ship to Shepherd. So these teams have met multiple times over the years. It's been a close series, and last time these two teams met, it was another good game back in 2019.
Absolutely. Shepherd was able to edge out the Raiders by a score of 32-30, and both quarterbacks just had tremendous games that day. Looking back at Tyson Bagent's day, he struggled a little bit. He did not do well in this head-to-head matchup. He completed 69% of his passes for 337 yards, no touchdowns, and 2 interceptions. That was the only game that year where he didn't throw for a touchdown pass. And conversely, Bryson Messina on fire. Completed 75% of his passes, 409 yards, and 3 touchdowns. So a true competitor like Tyson Bagent has really had this game marked on his calendar, and he's looking to come out and show that he's the top dog in the PSAC.
And that is something that could be proven today. Obviously, Messina and him have pretty much split the PSAC East Offensive Players of the Week awards. They are 2 of the top quarterbacks in this conference and probably 2 of the top quarterbacks in the entire country. Going at it today, and they have a similar style. They like to spread it around, get a lot of guys involved. So it could be a shootout here between these two teams today, Travis.
Looking over at Bryson Messina, so far off to an excellent start this season. Completing 68% of his passes. He has over 1,100 yards, 10 touchdowns, and no interceptions. And he's not afraid to pull it down and run it a little bit. That's not his strength, obviously, but he does have 26 carries for 42 yards and a touchdown run so far this year. and looking over at Tyson Bajan, he's pretty much put up a season's worth of numbers here early on this year. 75% of his passes have been completed, over 1,500 yards, 17 touchdowns, and only 3 interceptions. So he shoulders a lot of the burden. You look back at that game last week, and you really can't ask him to do any more. He completed 42 of 51 passes. That's 82%. Just a few yards shy of 400 yards and 4 touchdowns. So I mean, you're maximizing what you have as far as the passing game for the Rams. You have to try to get some balance on that side of the ball, though.
Should be a good one. It's a PSAC rivalry. On the other side of this break, we'll hear from the coach, Ernie McCook. This is Shepherd University Rams football on TV 10 and the WRNR TV YouTube channel.
W. Harley Miller Systems understands the
experience, family law, criminal defense, DUI, personal injury, and mediation.
Sutton and Janelle got the most favorable outcome I could have expected.
Visit Sutton and Janelle's new historic location, 224 West King Street in Martinsburg. Online at suttonandjanelle.com. Sutton and Janelle Attorneys at Law. They value your rights and are passionate about your success.
Welcome back to the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show. We're now joined by Rams head coach Ernie McCook. This conversation brought to you by Parsons Ford. They became number 1 by making you number 1 first. Coach, obviously not the result you guys wanted against Kutztown at home. What did you kind of take away from that game?
Well, we knew going into the game we were going to be playing against a really good football team. And, when you have 2 good teams that play, a game like that is decided on about 3 or 4 different football plays. And we could identify where if we would have changed the outcome of any one of 3 different plays in all 3 segments of the game, maybe the outcome's different and it goes in our favor. We just have to play every play like it matters. Have a block. You put all 3 of them together in a sequence, and the ball bounced past right up to number 3, and he went the distance with it. So we always focus on special teams. We always focus on fundamentals. We always focus on executing the game of football. So we believe in our process. We're just going to continue to come back, go to work, and come out and play this weekend.
That play kind of gets you out of your game plan a little bit because it puts you down then at that point 10 points, I believe, and then you had to throw it a lot with Tyson, and you guys were running the ball pretty well.
Well, it didn't get us out of our game plan. We wanted to stay patient, but what we weren't able to do is capitalize on a couple drives later in the second half. The interception late, in the middle of the second half was kind of an issue for us. We felt we were driving the ball, and it just that was the one thing that kind of put us off kilter a little bit. But all in all, you got to play the whole 60 minutes, and it all matters. I think our guys learned a lot from it. We have a group of young men that love the game of football and that are going to be committed to correcting our mistakes and coming back and playing at a high level on Saturday.
And then obviously, as the game went on, you had some tough decisions to make on some 4th downs. Do you what goes into, I guess, the thought process when you're down by more than 1 score and you need to punt or go for it?
I know the 4th down you're talking about. I was really hoping that we would flip the field and put them in a tough situation where they wanted to be conservative. We would get a stop, be able to put a quick score together. In my head, that was how I would hope it played out, and obviously it didn't. One thing I know about the game of football, and if you're a coach and you're making decisions and calling plays or decisions in the game, there's a number of different things you can do in any one situation, and unless they work, they're all wrong. So we, obviously we felt good about, I don't know that I would change any of those decisions that we made.
Heading into this week, Shippensburg comes in at 4-0. Bryson Messina, one of the top quarterbacks in the PSAC. What stands out to you about his game?
Well, he's got a strong arm. He's kind of like a gunslinger type mentality. He's mobile in the pocket, can make some plays. He's obviously playing at a very high level at the first third of the conference schedule. So we've got a challenge ahead of us with him.
And then overall, kind of what's Shippensburg bring to the table?
Shippensburg is, if you look at our 2021 football schedule, we have the greatest history with Shippensburg University football. We've played more games against them than we have anybody on our schedule. They're an hour and 15 minutes away. We have a lot of alums, and that really this game means a lot to. So this is a regional rivalry for us, and it's an important football game for our program. Whether we're at the top of the division, at the bottom of the division, we're playing Shippensburg, local bragging rights. We're going to have to play well. They're going to come amped up, ready to play. Hopefully we'll be amped up, ready to play, and we'll execute at a high level.
What's going to be some keys to get the win?
Well, we have to start fast, and we have to play with great energy and effort through the entire football game. And we have to finish everything that we do.
And then, obviously, too, even with the loss last week, you guys still have all your goals in front of you. So what do you want to say to the Ram Nation heading into this week?
Well, we're going to play it one game at a time. We're focusing on being 1-0 this weekend, and all our effort and energy is going to that. It's going to be a beautiful day. I hope everybody will come out and enjoy some Rams football.
All right, Coach, thanks for joining us on this portion of the pregame show. Brought to you by Parsons Ford. They became number one by making you number one first. We'll be back with more on the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show.
A reputation for caring, a legacy of service. At Brown Funeral Homes and Cremations, it's been our story since 1880. A family-owned business, we support the needs and wishes of families. We offer traditional services, as well as many options for cremation, customized remembrances, and pre-planning. Brown Funeral Homes and Cremations retains its family atmosphere and stays true to its roots. Contact us for advanced planning, or at your time of loss. We're here when you need us.
Erie Insurance says here's to the grown-ups who move, mortgage, mow, and still bust a move. But does your home insurance still fit? Erie helps you protect the home you've grown into, all at fair prices that are often less than the other guys. So how do you find the right coverage? Magic. Nope. Local independent agents who get to know you like this.
Your local Erie agent in Martinsburg is Smallwood & Small Insurance. Get a quote at smallwoodandsmall.com.
Erie Insurance.
Nothing's better for celebrating after a tough day on the gridiron than a refreshing beer from the frozen tundra of Rock's Beer Cave. Go ahead. Pour it on, big guy.
The beer was for after the game.
Sorry, cold beer. Get your Rock's cold beer.
Yeah. Oh, it's like Dr. Bailey. You know, he's gonna let us know what the real is. He was just like, yeah.
5 seconds.
All right.
Welcome back to Rams Stadium as Travis Smith and I get ready for Shepherd and Shippensburg. Travis, we've kind of talked a little bit about, I guess, the hype heading into this matchup. So let's take a little bit deeper look at the Shepherd University Rams. The Rams coming in off of a disappointing loss to Kutztown. But before that, I mean, this team was rolling. So what do you think kind of happened last week, you know, in terms of what Kutztown maybe did well to slow down this offense and put a first L in the column for the Rams?
Well, one of the things Kutztown was able to do was stick to their game plan. We had talked about that previously about Shepherd. That's one of their strengths, is that they're able to put up points in such a hurry that they get teams to abandon their game plan. And once you do that, that's when the Rams really take control of a game. Bloomsburg just did not blink. They stayed in that cover 2 defense. They played man underneath, and they did an excellent job of rallying up to the football and not giving up a lot of run after catch. And they were just very disciplined. And any time that they will come out of that cover 2, they will blitz a safety or somebody hard off the edge that will make Tyson Bajan go to that hot read where he had to get rid of the ball quickly. And again, the defense did an excellent job of rallying to the football, not letting them get a lot of run after catch. So on offense, they were just able to do whatever they wanted to do. They were able to run the ball. They were able to pass the ball. And the most important thing, they were able to win on first down. And that kept them out of getting in predictable situations where those very tough Shepherd pass rushers weren't able to really take control of the game. They were able to protect the quarterback, not only with the men up front, but they were also able to protect it with the play calling because they were in unpredictable situations where they were able to either run or pass and really making that defense having to guard every blade of grass out there on the field.
So after a team like Kutztown was able to slow down Shepherd last week, do you think Shippensburg maybe takes a look at that film and really tries to follow that game plan, or maybe throw something different at the Rams today?
I think a little bit of both. I mean, one thing that Kutztown did have in their favor, they had the horses to match up with Shepherd. So it's nice and all to come in with a good game plan, and that's going to get you pretty far. But at this level of football, you're going to have the thoroughbreds out there on the field that are going to be able to do it. And Kutztown was able to do that they had excellent secondary. They were able to guard Beach really without even having to try to double him. It was a couple times like early on in the game. It was just a bold statement where Ryan Beach would be in the slot, and they would just bump out an outside linebacker to take care of that. I don't think many teams are going to have those type of players where you can guard Ryan Beach like that, where they're going to have to pull in a nickel package or do something different. So, yes, they can take it as a blueprint saying, okay, we're going to play cover 2, man underneath, let's try to rally to the football. Now, do you have the horses to make that happen for 4 quarters? Because that's not going to be an easy thing to do. And on the offensive side of the ball, I think the passing game is going to be there. I don't know if they have the overall skill at the wide receiver position that Kutztown had. They had some veteran wide receivers that have had success against that Shepherd secondary. So I don't know if they're going to have the guys on the outside, but they certainly have the quarterback that can get the ball to the right wide receiver when he's open. Are they going to be able to run the ball? Because Kutztown was just able to roll out 3 different running backs. All of them had success against that Shepherd defense, and at the end of the game, you could tell it really took a toll on that defensive front where Kutztown was just able to gash them late with the running game. So they can take certainly some aspects of that blueprint saying that we need to win on first down on offense. On defense, we're just going to play disciplined and make you take things underneath. The true outcome of that is going to be played out is, do you have the guys that can make that happen?
Yeah, I mean, it was like that 8-minute drive in the fourth quarter, and then the Rams did get the running game going a little bit last week early on, but still probably trying to do a little bit more on the ground. Defensively, though, against the Shippensburg team, Travis, how do you think Shepherd matches up, and what's going to be some keys for them to get Bryson Musina off his game? Because we talked a lot about how Shippensburg is going to try to get the Rams off their game, but you got to be aware of how talented Musina is as a quarterback.
Absolutely, and I think that's going to be one of the keys is, can that Shepherd defensive front get into Bryson Messina's face? They can get him out of the pocket trying to move around and do things that he's not comfortable doing. He's more of your classic pocket quarterback. So if they're able to get him off platform, off time, trying to get him outside, just trying to create something like that, I think that's going to be beneficial for that Rams defense. That's one of the things that they do very well. They have that defensive front. They have speedy guys up front that put pressure on the quarterback, so the quarterback's not able to put passes on the line the way that they normally do. And with Shepherd having those athletes on the back end like Antonio Fox and Ponce de Leon, they are excellent ball hawks. So that's how one of the ways that defense really clicks is we're able to pressure the quarterback, making you throw the ball when you don't want to, and we have the athletes on the back end that can pick that ball off. So that's going to be one of the keys is, are they going to be able to make Bryson Musina uncomfortable for 4 quarters?
All right, we'll take a quick break. On the other side of that break, I'll be joined by Rams wide receiver Greg Leonard for the end of the huddle segment. This is the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show, providing W. Harley Miller Systems providing custom integration services like home and office automation, home theater, networking, audio video distribution, and more. Phone 304-350-1931 or visit WHMsystems.com. We're back in 2 minutes. After this is Shepherd University Rams football on TV 10 and WNR TV YouTube channel. Welcome back to the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show. This is In the Huddle, brought to you by the Ameris Group and Ameriprise Financial Advisors John Everson and Phil McCoy. Call Ameriprise Financial Services at 304-263-4343 or stop by their offices at 1270 Winchester Avenue in Martinsburg. Now go In the Huddle with Rams tight end Alex Wetzel. Alex, the tight end group this year, it's kind of between you and Brian that get a lot of reps. What's that chemistry like, 2 different skill sets, and how you've been able to fit into this offense, Steve?
Well, Brian has definitely stepped up this year. He is great in the pass game, great in the run game. It's kind of different from last season with DJ. I was kind of the backup guy, kind of his little asset, and me and B walk pretty good together. I like the 2 tight end sets. I like him out in the pass game. I just do my thing blocking, whatever they want me to do, and I just do whatever they ask me to do. So,
offensively, you guys have a lot of different weapons, so that does open up some opportunities for you guys over the middle. What's it like playing with guys like Greg Leonard, Ryan Beach, and all the other receivers on this team, and then a quarterback as well, and Tyson Bajan?
Man, there's guys on the outside. It's one of the best receiving cores I've been with ever since I've been here, 5-6 years. Tyson, man, he makes things happen. When you have 6, 7 guys to throw to, it's pretty hard to defend.
Being one of the many grad students on this team, what made you want to come back and play this year at Shepherd after last year got canceled?
Man, the team here we have is great. We have high hopes. Each week we're just building off of the week before. Our main goal is obviously national championship, but we take each week at one game at a time, and hopefully we have the goal we achieve is the national championship. So.
Kind of a good first step in that direction last week with the win over IUP. What did you take away from that one?
It was a lot different than we expected. I mean, they played us hard, played us tough, but we came out offensively and pretty much did what we wanted. Hopefully we can continue to do that here with Kutztown this week.
What stands out to you about Kutztown's defense?
Hard-nosed. They play to the whistle. Will be fun to see how they decide to defend us, because so far it's been pretty hard for defenses, so it's going to be fun.
And then what's it going to be like to come back this week to play at Ram Stadium for the first time in 6 games and since 2019?
Oh my gosh, there should be so many fans here. I've been so excited. It's been, 6 games since we've had a home game. It's going to be a great atmosphere. These new guys, transfers, have no clue what they're coming into. I'm excited for them to experience it, and I'm greatly appreciative to experience it again myself. So.
All right, Alex, thank you for joining us on In the Huddle, and we'll be back with more on the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show.
This is Eric at Hagerstown Ford. Over the last decade, the way we buy things have evolved. Now, you get on your phone, click Want It, and it shows up at your front door. At Hagerstown Ford, it is that convenient. We've changed the car buying experience on the I-81 corridor forever. And with a return policy better than Walmart, there's absolutely no reason to buy a new or used car, truck, or SUV anywhere else. Just like Amazon, Hagerstown Ford will deliver the vehicle to you, where you are, and on your time. And if you don't want it, return it. No questions asked. Why waste your time at a car dealership playing the dumb back-and-forth games? Besides, we hate it more than you do. I assure you, no dealership from Winchester, Virginia to Washington, D.C. will beat our price. No dealership from Chambersburg, Pennsylvania to Baltimore, Maryland will beat our price. And no other dealership will allow you to return it if you don't want it. Hagerstown Ford absolutely provides the best experience at the best price. Visit HagerstownFord.com to schedule your VIP experience. Click on the vehicle you want and get your new ride delivered to you at no risk. See dealer for details.
Looking to buy a home in the Eastern Panhandle? Having trouble getting your house sold? Then call Chris Ross and the Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams. A Martinsburg High School graduate, Chris knows the local market, and he's proven it as the #1 real estate team in West Virginia in 2019. Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams. Phone 304-579-7349 or go to callchrisross.com. Let's celebrate your real estate milestone together.
Welcome back to Rams Stadium in downtown Shepherdstown as the Shepherd University Rams get ready to take on the Shippensburg Raiders. Nick Verzolini joined by Travis Smith here on the pregame show. Travis, we've talked a lot about Shepherd. Let's jump over to Shippensburg, a team that comes in 4-0. You already kind of mentioned it earlier in the pregame. Not the best of schedules, but 4-0 is 4-0, and this is certainly a team with some talent.
Absolutely. I mean, we mentioned it. You can only beat the teams that you've played. They've taken care of business so far to this point. They've made it through relatively injury-free. So that's a best-case scenario. You're winning ball games. Your team's healthy. You're coming in riding high on confidence. And now this is a big game. You want to come in with this measuring stick. You're getting a team coming off of a tough loss. Hopefully you come in here maybe steal one. The last time that they faced off with this Rams team, they nearly came away with a win. So I imagine that they have to come in feeling pretty good. I think one of the big keys today for Shippensburg is going to be pass protection. They're going to have to take care of Bryson Messina, keep him upright, because he's going to give you the best chance to win if he's able to drop back, have time to go through his progressions, and deliver accurate passes. One of the ways that you can protect your quarterback, winning on first down. That's something that's going to keep you out of predictable down and distances, and that's really going to make that defense play you honest, where they're not going to be able to pin their ears back and send a huge pass rush after you. So that's going to be something that's going to be important for them. On defense, I really think they take a page out of that blueprint that Kutztown had last week. You want to limit the run after the catch. That was something that the Golden Bears were able to do very well last week, just not giving up a lot of yak yards. So if they're able to do that, rally to the football and limit those big plays, again, I think what you want to do is make Shepherd take all those underneath passes. Basically, you want to make them play boring football. So if you're able to make them play boring football on the offensive side of the ball, I think that really is going to help your chances of coming out of here with a victory.
Yeah, it's a talented Shippensburg team led by Bryson Musina, of course, the son of Hall of Fame pitcher Mike Musina, and some other guys on the offensive side, Ian Sheehan at wide receiver, running backs Bill Williams and Khalid Dorsey do a nice job of kind of splitting the carries. So that's the offense. And then defensively, anybody really stand out to you, Travis, in terms of key guys on the defense?
One player, you look at the linebacker, Tyler Simon, 5'11", 235-pound redshirt sophomore. In 2018, named Scout Team Player of the Year. So you know that's a man that's willing to, he loves football. If he's going to go out there and win an award like that he's willing to do the dirty work and earn his spot on the field. And once he did, he put in some work. In 2019, he played 11 games, only had 5 starts, but he was able to rack up 60 tackles, 40 of those solo, 7 tackles for loss, 2 sacks, 1 forced fumble, 1 fumble recovery, and 1 interception. The guy's a stat stuffer, so he's definitely somebody that's really going to do a lot of work today, and if he's able to have some success really limiting Shepherd, because Shepherd, they're going to have to try to run the ball today. So if Tyler Simon's able to go out there and have a big game doing that, that's going to certainly help their case. Also, you look in that secondary. We remember that Anton Lloyd last week, the impact that he had on last week's game. So it's going to have to be another corner that's going to step up this week for Shippensburg, and I think you have to look at Trey Paul, the 6'1", 195-pound senior. Last game versus Bloomsburg, he had 4 tackles, 2 of those solo, also had an interception. Had a very good game the last time he squared off against Shepherd, had 9 solo tackles and a forced fumble. So Trey Paul's going to have to come up big in order for this Raiders team to have a chance to come out of here with a victory.
So Travis, let's get your keys to the game. Start with Shippensburg.
Shippensburg, again, protect the quarterback. Whether that's giving him a lot of check down passes, keeping him out of predictable down and distances, and winning on first down, you want to run that football and keep that defense honest. Limit rack on the defensive side of the ball, limit those big plays, and just stick with your game plan.
And then for Shepherd?
Shepherd, they have to have energy. I think anybody who watched that game last week against Kutztown, they came out flat. So, and they were beat with intensity right off the jump. So I think this week they're going to have to come out with energy. Certainly, you got to clean up things on the special team side. You had some high snaps on punts. You had the blocked kick that really changed the momentum of the game, is when Kutztown was able to block that field goal attempt and return it for a touchdown. Another thing, they have to run the ball on offense. You have maximized what you can do with the passing game, but you have to have some balance on that side of the ball and just make things easier on yourself and, more importantly, on the defense. Give those guys a chance to get some water in them, make some adjustments on the sidelines, and the best way to do that is with your running game. And also, that Shepherd defense, they have to harass the quarterback. They got to get hits on the quarterback. They got to get pressures on the quarterback. They've got to get some sacks and possibly even a sack fumble. They have got to make it a long, difficult day for Bryson Messina.
All right, Hayden August Scriven will tee it up, and the Rams will kick it deep to the Raiders. As this is the opening kickoff, brought to you by the Berkeley County Health Department. Prevent, promote, protect. They're at 122 Waverly Court in Martinsburg. Opening kick is fielded about the 2-yard line, and it's a big hole. Across the 30, this might go all the way. Midfield, 40 still on his feet. 30, 20, 10, 5, end zone, touchdown Shippensburg to begin the game. The Raiders take it back on the return. It was Dante Witcher, the defensive back, going all the way about 95 yards, Travis. Not the start you want if you're Shepherd.
Not at all, but the ideal start if you're Shippensburg. You wanted that special teams touchdown. Last week, that proved to be huge in favor of Kutztown's win. You start the game off today, and you beat them with intensity right off the block. They run right down the middle of the hash marks, basically untouched for that touchdown, and Shippensburg out on top.
Jackson Montrose on to attempt the extra point. Kick is up and good. 7-0 Shippensburg. We're back in 60 seconds after this.
Hi, this is Talk Radio WRNR and TV10's Rob Mario. My family first stayed at La Bella Vita at Deep Creek Lake in Maryland several summers ago, and we've gone back every summer since. La Bella Vita is owned by Martinsburg residents who've meticulously decorated and furnished this amazing mountaintop vacation home with breathtaking lake views that is only 2 hours away, featuring 5 bedrooms, 5.5 bathrooms, a fireplace, a large family room with an 85-inch TV, a hot tub, and multiple decks. There's lots more of the La Bella Vita experience to enjoy, including Deep Creek Lake itself, a 3,900-acre lake with 69 miles of shoreline. It's a great combination, and it's waiting for you. So take it from somebody who's been there multiple times. You are going to love staying at La Bella Vita at Deep Creek Lake. For more information, visit the Facebook page or contact Tailor Made Deep Creek Vacations and Sales or call 301-750-2182.
Return the opening kickoff all the way for a touchdown, and already 7-0 Travis, 14:46. So how do you respond if you're Shepherd? Obviously, plenty of time to go in this ball game, but not the start you want, as Ronnie Brown will let that one go into the end zone. And already, the Shippensburg crowd has made the trip, not very far, about an hour and a half drive for them. So they got the crowd on the side, the sidelines hyped up, and already a 7-0 lead.
More importantly, the Shepherd sidelines has been silenced. So if you're on the road, that's one of the things that you want to do, is try to take that home crowd out of the game. And returning an opening kickoff for a touchdown, that's a pretty good way to do it. So right now, this Rams going out there to a very quiet stadium, but this is an offense that we know that has quick strike capabilities.
Bajan in the offense, taking the field for our first offensive play of the game. Hebron in to the right, and he'll get the carry. Not much room. Be second down. LaRon Woody in on that tackle. Woody, the inside linebacker, 5'11", 220-pound senior, and we have a player injured on the play as well. Looks like number 91, Aaron Alfie, the redshirt sophomore. So that kind of takes all that momentum early on here after, stuffing a 1-yard run. It slows things down here at this injury. Alfie, an important defensive end on this Shippensburg D-line. Not sure if he's got tangled up with a player or what. Looks like he's going to come to his feet and walk it off. So maybe like an ankle roll or something.
Something just getting rolled up on. There's a lot of bodies, a lot of beef there in between the tackles. And sometimes you just get rolled up on, but good sign that he's able to walk off under his own power. And you certainly don't want to lose a defensive lineman early on, because you want to be able to rotate those guys throughout the game. 2nd down and 9 for the Rams. Bajent with a 2-receiver set. Wants the throw. Bajent slings it to the near side, looking to hit Josh Gonteric maybe, but behind him it falls incomplete. Gonteric, of course, a former Shippensburg Raider. Spent some time with them before making the trip here as a transfer. So it'll be 3rd and 9. Ball on the 26. Bajent with the 4-receiver set. Beach in the backfield, and now he goes into the slot, so all 5 receivers out in the pattern. Bajent throws quickly. Far sideline complete. And picking up the first down goes Josh Gonteric for the Rams. You can see the Raiders certainly saw that game tape from last week. They came out, and it was the exact same look. 2 safeties playing over the top, man coverage underneath, and they're just going to rally to the football. Shepherd that time able to find a soft spot in that zone. But you got to think the Raiders are certainly going to try to come at them the same way the Golden Bears did last week. Bajent under center. Gonteric goes in motion. He'll take the reverse handoff. Gonteric trying to get to the outside, but a nice job by that Raiders defense to stretch that play out and make the tackle. Trey Paul making the play on the outside there. A heavy run look that time from the Rams offense. A 2 tight end look. Tyson Bajent under center. A couple of things that you don't see too often in this Rams offense.
And there was no gain on the play, so it'll be second down and 10 from the 42. Agent back now in the shotgun. Run up the middle. Not much room again. Now it's about the 45. Give him 3. Be 3rd and 7.
Like Jacoby Sherrard in on that tackle. 10 total tackles so far on the season, including that one. Has 5 solo, 3 tackles for a loss, including 2.5 sacks. So we will certainly be saying his name a lot today.
Under 13 minutes to play in this opening quarter. Shippensburg taking that kickoff back to begin the ball game to get the early 7-0 lead on the Rams. Here's a 3rd down and 7 from their own 45. Bajent looking to throw. Under some pressure, screen pass underneath, high pass to Hebron. He makes the catch. Hebron has the first down into Shippensburg territory and gets clocked.
That's my nominee for collision of the game. Demetrius Hudson coming up delivering the boom, the 6'1", 230-pound junior out of Willingboro, New Jersey.
Hebron, that's a scary play because that was definitely a hit to the head. And he will walk off. Seemed a little bit like he was a little bit disoriented, and his teammates kind of put him in the right direction. And gets to the sideline, but it is a first down for Shepherd. 1st and 10 now from the Raider 44-yard line.
Now what you want to see out of that Rams offense, Hebron really was starting to come into his own last week and going out after taking a hard shot like that.
Bajent gives it to Ronnie Brown. He scampers forward up the middle for just a few yards.
Hudson and Sherrard both in on the tackle. That front 7 being very active. They're being stingy on the run game. Right now that Rams front not getting a lot of movement. Now they're not big maulers up front. What that Shepherd Rams offense does very well, they're athletic, and they do a good job of climbing up to the second level and blocking those linebackers, but they're not big road graders up front that are going to be able to just blow people off the ball.
Luckily for the Rams, the ball will move to the 39-yard line as a player was offsides. So that will give them more yardage on that play. And it'll still be second down. The officials, now it will now be first down because of a 5-yard penalty. Yeah. First down, they're saying 6, but should be 1st and 5, right?
Yes.
So 1st and 5 for Shepherd from the 39. Bajent in the shotgun, 4 receivers set. Bajent looking for Beach and finds nobody. Incomplete, 2nd down and 5.
And again, another miscommunication earlier. There was an attempt to Gonteric, and nobody was home that time. Beach running a corner. It looked like Tyson wanted him to run a seam on that play.
Yeah, it definitely seemed to be another kind of mistimed ball to the outside and never really were able to be on the right page as Bajent comes up now, 2nd down and 5, looking to throw again. Under some pressure, now rolls out to the right, dumps it down the Beach of the flat. Beach across the 30. He takes another nice hit there, but stays strong and picks up the first down for the Rams.
Looks like Keon Smith was in on the tackle, the 5'9", 165-pound redshirt freshman.
Yeah, it's a pretty good matchup there between Beach and him.
You want quickness on quickness. I know a lot of times you'll see the shorter wide receiver and you want to think, maybe I put a bigger guy on him, try to deny him the ball, but he's fast enough, he's going to cook you if you do that. So if you have a smaller nickel corner that you can put on him, that's usually going to be the best bet. That's going to give you a more favorable matchup, just matching quickness with quickness.
1st and 10 from the 28. Rams bring in some more power, but Bajent's still looking to throw. Finds Gonteric inside the 20 or inside the 15-yard line for another Shepherd first down. Josh Gonteric leaping up and making the catch. And that's something Shepherd will do quite a bit. They'll bring in some of those bigger guys like Michael McCook and Josh Pulse and still throw the ball in the play action, and they're a tight window, and Bajan able to sneak that one in.
Well, one of the things that makes it so effective is when they pull one of those linemen up front, those linebackers are reading those keys, and that's something that's really going to sell a play-action pass is if you're able to pull a lineman, that linebacker has to respect that run read, and that's going to create that gap for Gonteric to get in behind him.
First down and 10 from the 13, Bajan. Looking end zone for Beach, touchdown Rams.
That time just able to get over the middle, went right behind linebacker Tyler Patucci. That's not a matchup that you want over the middle in space as a big middle linebacker trying to guard Ryan Beach. Beach was able to slide in behind him. And that's one of the ways that you can beat that too high safety is to attack it over the middle with a post, and that's what Shepherd was able to do to pull within one.
Hayden August Scrivens trying to tie this thing up at 7 with 10:40 to go in this opening quarter after Shippensburg returning the opening kickoff. August Scrivens' extra point is through. 7-7 our score, 10:40 to go in this opening quarter. This is Shepherd University Rams football on TV 10.
A reputation for caring, a legacy of service. At Brown Funeral Homes and Cremations, it's been our story since entrances and pre-planning. Brown Funeral Homes and Cremations retains its family atmosphere and stays true to its roots. Contact us for advanced planning or at your time of loss. We're here when you need us.
Hi, I'm Annette McDonald, and I am the designer at Orsini's in Martinsburg, West Virginia. We welcome you into our store to show you a complete line of what we do here. We design your cabinetry, quartz countertops, granite countertops, hardware, anything for the full remodel of your kitchen and your home needs. We also do bathrooms, and we have flooring available too. We make sure that your project with Orsini's is the best in the market. Welcome to Orsini's.
Orsini's.com. Nervous about those kind of things.
Welcome back to Rams Stadium. 7-7 our score, 10:40 to go in this opening quarter. Nick Verzolini, Travis Smith, happy to have you with us. Spencer Dupuis, our on-site producer. Matt Miller, Harry Brown, and Donald Kinney on cameras. And Colin McLaughlin back in the studio. Doing a great job for us, all those guys. As usual, Hayden August Scriven will kick it away for the Rams. Now in a 7-7 ball game here in this opening quarter. It's a line drive kick, and we'll go into the end zone and avoid any return after Shippensburg took that opening kickoff down the field. The Rams respond, Travis.
Now this Shippensburg offense will have their first chance to step out on the field today, so curious to see how they're going to attack this Rams defense.
So an opening kickoff return, giving Shippensburg the lead. The Rams respond with the Ryan Beach touchdown. Those scoring drive summaries brought to you by 61st District Delegate Jason Barrett. Trusted leadership, real solutions. Jason Barrett. 10:40 to go in this opening quarter. And we get to see Bryson Musina for the first time today. He'll take the snap, run it with Dorsey, I believe. Yes, Dorsey on the carry. Doesn't find much room.
Dorsey coming off of a game last week where there was some tough sledding. He had 16 carries for only 31 yards, but he did have a touchdown, and he will catch it out of the backfield. Last week had one catch for 36 yards, so maybe something where they possibly go to a screen later on in today's game.
Play action. Musina looks near sideline, incomplete. He wanted Sheehan, but the pass was a little bit too high. Sheehan, a freshman, covered by McDade. McDade's been good this year for Shepherd on the outside. We'll have third down and 8.
He's played some quality minutes, and on that play, Ponce de Leon sliding in underneath, making Musina trying to throw that ball high. He wasn't able to put it on the line the way he wanted. He had to try to float it in over top of Ponce de Leon, and the ball sailed out of bounds on him.
7-7 our score. Third down and 8 for Shippensburg. Musina under some pressure. And he is sacked, and the ball might have came out as well. The Rams think they have it.
Looks like Kyle Smith may have been the one. Yep, he comes out with the football. Let's see if they're going to give it to him. Sometimes that ball changes hands several times underneath the pile, but they're going to give it to Kyle Smith.
Was that Antonio Fox off the edge?
I believe so.
So he gets the sack, and the Rams will take over on offense.
This Rams team has.
It was a late blitz too.
Yeah, so that's something that's going to be tough for a quarterback to pick up on. He's made his pre-snaps and reads. He's ready to get into the play, and you bring him up late. That's going to be tougher to pick up. More importantly, it's going to be tougher for the offensive line to make that adjustment to pick it up. So that delay fire was able to get to Bryson Messina, and that's what's going to happen. If you're able to get big shots on the quarterback, there's a high probability that they're going to put the ball on the ground.
So Fox with the sack, Smith with the fumble recovery, and Bajan in the offense back on the field. Bajan looking deep down the middle of the field for Wetzel, and he leaps up and makes the catch. It'll be 1st and goal, but a flag does come in.
And maybe, I want to, that's going to be against Shippensburg. Look like they're going to call offsides. But Bajan not wanting to miss the opportunity, just wanted to make sure that this big guy had an opportunity to make a play on the ball. And last week, 3 catches for 15 yards and a touchdown. This week, coming up with a big catch this week.
1st and goal from the 1. Brown in the backfield behind Bajent. So I think that's Schwartz. They'll give it to Schwartz up the middle, and he'll take it in for 6. Touchdown Rams. 13-7 with 9:25 to go in the opening quarter.
Man, oh man, he just ran over Trey Paul in the game. You know what? That's going to be another nominee for me for Collision of the Game. That's brought to you by Cody's Body Shop, located at 851 Wilson Street in Martinsburg. Chance Schwartz trucking people on the goal line.
Schwartz, the 6'1", 215 Lock Haven transfer, gets the touchdown. And if I'm not mistaken, Travis, I believe that's his first in a Shepherd uniform. Hayden August Scrivens' extra point is perfect. 14-7, 9:25 to go in this first quarter. This is Shepherd University Rams football on TV 10 and WRNR TV on YouTube.
When will I be able to retire? How do I make the most of the money I have? How do I leave a lasting legacy to my loved ones? I'm Philip McCoy, financial advisor with the Mirius Group, a private wealth advisory practice of Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated. Call us today at 304-263-4343 to help you make the most of your financial future. Our office is located at 1270 Winchester Avenue, Martinsburg, West Virginia.
Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated, member FINRA and SIPC.
W. Harley Miller Systems understands the need and desire for reliable and affordable smart home solutions. Secure your home with a security system and keep a close eye on your family. Automate your home with a Control4 system and have smart technology work as one. Set daily schedules to control your thermostats. Push a button and set the mood for dinner by dimming lights and playing music, or just sit back and enjoy a movie in your own home theater. Put decades of experience to work for you. Visit us at WHMsystems.com or call 304-350-1931.
Shepherd now leads 14-7 over Shippensburg. Nick Verzley, Travis Smith, happy to have you with us. August Scriven will kick it away. Deep kick again, trying to get it in that end zone, and will for the touchback. So it's been kind of an interesting game, Travis. We had the opening kickoff return for a touchdown to give Shippensburg the early 7-0 lead. The Rams come back with a nice drive, resulting in a Ryan Beach touchdown reception. Then the fumble on the sack of Musina. Kyle Smith recovers, and that sets up a a 1-yard touchdown run for Chance Schwartz to make it 14-7. So Shepherd able to regain or take the lead here after kind of getting behind with the momentum early.
And that's the way you want to see this football team respond, not only after giving up the touchdown, but also after having that loss last week.
Messina play fakes to Dorsey, dumps it down underneath to Ballant. That is Ballant, excuse me. David Ballant III. His brother, Cole Ballant, is the backup tight end. So they'll use both of them, 82 and 12.
You know, those Rams defenders are certainly going to have their eyes on Ballant. Last time they played against Shepherd, Ballant had 10 catches for 100 yards, so he's certainly featured heavily in this week's scouting report.
Dorsey remains the back. Messina looks to throw again, complete near side. Sheehan, reaching out for the first down and picks it up. Ian Sheehan, the freshman, been the top receiver this season for Shippensburg.
Coming into today's game, has been red hot. 21 catches, 384 yards, and 4 touchdowns. And last week was really on fire. 5 catches, 128 yards, and 2 touchdowns. One of those, a 76-yard touchdown catch.
Evans goes in motion. Dorsey, big hole up the middle for Khalid Dorsey. Dorsey dancing around the 50. Cuts it back outside, gets into Shepherd territory. It'll be a first down for the Raiders.
Just a good old-fashioned counter tray up front. That's where that backside guard and tackle both pull. What they use to keep those backside defenders playing honest, that they were able to send that jet motion away, making that backside of the defense having to play honest, and then those big guys able to get out in front and the running back able to do the rest.
From the Shepherd 49, the Raiders take the snap. Musina looking to throw. Complete again to Sheehan for another first down. McDade in on the tackle here on the near side.
That certainly seems to be the matchup that they want to go after. This is kind of cool, seeing two teams that have these outstanding young wide receivers, Beach for Shepherd, Sheehan for Shippensburg, and they're just doing an excellent job of stepping up and rising to the occasion.
Dorsey the back to the right of Musina. Receiver going in motion from right to left. Musina takes the snap. Give it to Dorsey. Dorsey dancing in the hole and finding yardage. Juwan Addison around with
patient run. He's able to pick up 2 yards. That Rams defensive front, they're so fast, especially early on in the game. Yeah. So McDade checked out. Chikosi Aniakwa is the defensive back that checks in on this side. They motioned away from him this time, but now they got the matchup. This is going to be interesting. So now they have Sheehan going against Chikosi Aniakwa.
Looks like one-on-one, too.
One-on-one, too. Yeah.
Musina looking to the far side, under pressure, steps up, looks to run, pulls it down, and gets it out to about the 30. Addison making the tackle, will be second down. I'm sorry, third down.
And Malik Halloway supplying the heat. Bryce Messina got out of dodge real quick when he saw Halloway turning that corner. But able to make something positive out of the play and having your team in
3 yards.
Yeah, having your team in a favorable third and short.
3rd and 4 for Shippensburg. Musina adjusting at the line. Dorsey the back. Sheehan out to the far side. One-on-one. Top of your screen. Evans going in motion. They'll go Dorsey, and he is stuffed. Ponce de Leon wrapping. I'm sorry, that's Kendall Duckworth flying in and making the play. Talked about him a lot last week. The Kansas transfer just read that one. And it looks like Shippensburg thought about going for it, but now they're going to bring the field goal unit on. But again, as
Bryson Messina is the holder, so there is that potential for a trick play. So the defensive unit's going to have to play it honest.
Montrose has made from 50 this year, and this will be about the same, about a 49-yarder. The freshman's kick looks good. And it's just wide left. Had the leg strength, but just missed on the field goal attempt. Couldn't quite put it in on that left post.
The Rams defense answers the challenge. So far have been very stingy in early goings.
Yeah, I was a little surprised to see on a 3rd and 4 to see the run with Dorsey. He is the bigger of the 2 running backs between him and Bill Williams, but I think most teams would put it in Musina's hands, but Shippensburg likes to run, and Shepherd able to stop it with Duckworth. So Bajent back in the shotgun. He'll hand off. Chance Schwartz sheds off one tackler, scampering out of bounds across the 35-yard line.
Was it Ronnie Brown?
Yeah, that was Ronnie.
A little bit of a quicker option. You could tell that the Rams just tried to incorporate him more and more into the offense. A little bit more comfortable running the ball. Where he seems to struggle is lining up in the passing game, like as far as running routes or pass protection. So a lot of times when he's in the game, they're going to try to just hand him the ball and let him do what he does well, and that gives you big sparks in the running game.
4-yard pickup, 2nd down and 6 for the Rams. Bajan with all day, laying it out there for Beach, and it's incomplete. A big hit from the defensive back, Trey Paul, coming in and making the big hit on Beach. Pass falls incomplete.
Surprised the referees didn't throw a flag on that one. There's a lot of times plays like that, you'll get a penalty nowadays. As far as defenseless wide receivers, I know Beach was trying to appeal to the referees not getting that call, and Trey Paul just looking to get a little bit of revenge after getting trucked by Chance Schwartz down in the end zone. He wants to hit somebody. Beach is a little bit easier than Schwartz.
Under 5 minutes to go. Bajan, again, time to throw. Completes over the middle to Gontarek. Gontarek gets it across the 45-yard line, and will be a Shepherd first down.
Good defense, just better offense. Bajan showing a lot of patience, hanging in the pocket. Gontarek doing a good job working back to the ball, able to catch it and turn upfield and pick up that first down.
Yeah, and he's done a nice job kind of working underneath and against this zone defense that Shippensburg's been throwing a lot at Shepherd, which we saw that last week with Kutztown. They did a nice job with the cover 2 and keeping things in front. It looks like so far Shippensburg sticking with that plan. Brown moves to the left of Bajan. He'll throw again underneath Wetzel at midfield. Wetzel showing some athleticism. Wetzel down the sideline. Flag comes in into Shippensburg territory. Out of bounds at around the 30-yard line.
That time, Wetzel just able to let the defender slide by. Dante Witcher coming up trying to deliver the big hit, and that was something that Kutztown was able to do well last year, limit run after the catch. And the Rams have had some success this week early on, just being able to get some run after the catch. A lot of these shorter passes, that's what you're banking on.
4:10 to go in this first quarter. 14-7, Shepherd leading. And so right now we have a 1st and 10 from the 36. But we do have a penalty.
Against Shepherd.
Excuse me, from the 34. So we'll mark that off. It was during the play, so we'll see if the first down is still there.
So the referee's waving down the chain gang, so it looks like it's going to be a first down. You're just going to lose some field position.
You'll take that.
Yeah.
Not the worst of situations, so.
Wetzel saying that's messing up his fantasy football numbers.
It's messing up his probably his longest reception of the season.
Yeah. He's had an early impact in today's game.
Yeah, it's 44-yard line is where they'll mark it 1st and 10. Bajan incomplete. He wanted Walker, nearly intercepted by LaRon Woody, who is sitting in the middle of that play. If Bajan slings that in there to Brian Walker, it's a big play, but almost going to be a big play for Shippensburg there.
Just a play filled with potential. Walker's wide open. The defensive back almost picks it off. They fake that jet to Beach going across, then almost like a counter underneath. And that's what you'll see a lot of these runs out of this Rams offense. They have that RPO component where the quarterback can, if he sees the read that he likes, he can pull it and throw a pass down the field.
Again, Bajan under center here on 2nd down and 10. Gontarek looking a little confused here on the outside. Bajan wants the pass on the far sideline complete to Brian Walker as Demetrius Hudson makes the tackle in coverage. Be 3rd down. About 3rd and 5 from the 39 of Shippensburg. Haven't seen much of Jonathan Moss. He lines up to the far side. He had 12 catches a week ago, yet to make a catch in this game. Greg Leonard, the receiver, to the near side. Beach and Walker also to the near side, and whistles come in. And I believe Shippensburg called timeout. So we'll take a 30-second break. 3:09 to go in this first quarter. 14-7, Shepherd leading.
WVU Medicine East Heart and Vascular Institute has expanded and is now accepting new patients. With the recruitment of new board-certified cardiologists and interventional cardiologists, as well as the addition of 2 new offices, the WVU Medicine East Heart and Vascular Institute team can provide the best in heart care to our region. For more info on the cardiology services provided nearby in Martinsburg, Winchester, and now in Hagerstown and Shepherdstown, go to our website at mywvuheart.com.
Welcome back to Ram Stadium, 14-7. Shepherd leading Shippensburg. Nick Verzolini, Travis Smith, happy to have you with us on this beautiful Saturday afternoon in Shepherdstown, West Virginia. Got another good football game early on, Travis. 3:09 to go in this first quarter.
A big third down for Shippensburg.
For both teams, really.
Yeah,
I mean, if Shepherd's able to convert here and obviously put up another touchdown, then you put that pressure on Shippensburg. Of course, the Raiders got the ball first on the opening kickoff and returned that for a touchdown. So, Shepherd can already start to kind of build on that lead. It would put a lot of pressure on them. Dump down in the flat, incomplete. Ronnie Brown, the intended receiver. Woody again in coverage.
And that's a dangerous pass. Sometimes you throw that flare pass, you're not sure if the referee, how they're going to see it. Are they going to call it a lateral and possibly a fumble if the guy's not able to make the catch? And actually, Ronnie Brown was very disciplined on the play. He covered it as if it were a fumble.
And Bajan and the offense trying to argue that it was an incomplete pass. The officials don't seem to know what it is.
They haven't marked off like it was a fumble.
Yeah. And for some reason, Shippensburg's head coach is arguing, so I'm guessing that they actually are now going to change it to an incomplete pass, and they will as the ball goes back to the 39-yard line. 4th down and 5, and that's crucial because now it looks like Shepherd's going to go for it. If they're backed up to about 4th and 9 or so, they're probably not going for this. And this goes back to last week, too, where Shepherd punted a few times, and maybe that was questionable. They're trusting the offense here in Bajent to make a play on a 4th and 5. From the 39, Shippensburg showing blitz. Bajan adjusting at the line, takes the snap. Looking deep, down the far sideline, back shoulder catch by Jonathan Moss inside the 20-yard line. There he is. Haven't heard from him all day. Well, he makes his first catch. Here were 3 minutes to go in this first quarter.
And like you mentioned, last week having a big game, 12 catches, 108 yards, and a touchdown. Really a game plan that was tailor-made for his style of wide receiver play, where he's more of that underneath, intermediate type of wide receiver, but that time showing he can also make those athletic plays going up in the air and catching that back shoulder fade.
1st and 10 from the 19 for the Rams. 19 of Shippensburg. Agent play action again, looking to Moss on the far side. He makes a nice catch, nearly getting the ball extended toward that pylon before being brought down. 1st down for the Rams as he picks up 14 on the play.
The Rams offense seems like they found a matchup that they like, with Moss going against Keon Smith. The past 2 plays they've been able to go at him, and that was something that Bloomsburg did that was a bit unusual last week, is that they constantly flipped their corners. So Shepherd wasn't able to get that individual matchup that they were really trying to look to take advantage of.
1st and goal from the 5. Bajan will give it to Schwartz. Schwartz cutting back. And good job by that Shippensburg defense to really string that play out and then force it back inside. Looked like Matt Feeney kind of cut off that edge and forced Schwartz to cut it back.
You know that's a play that Shippensburg is very familiar with. Shepherd running that pin and pull run play to the right, where if you're not a covered lineman, you're trying to pull and get out in front, and Schwartz does a good job. He's very comfortable in that zone running scheme, but that time just that Shippensburg defense just able to rally to the football and take him down in the backfield.
2nd and goal from the 5. Josh Pulse, the receiver here all by himself. And the run play action, Bajent finding a wide open Michael McCook.
All he does is catch touchdowns.
Chris Carter 2.0.
Yeah, that's his 3rd touchdown catch on the season, but it's so tough to cover a fullback down on the goal line, especially when you have that play action fake, and he's just able to slip out uncovered. And at this point, I mean, he's a weapon down in the red zone.
I didn't even see him. I didn't even know he was out there, and he just kind of.
That's how good he is.
He just kind of emerges in the end zone. And that's a tricky play to cover because the last guy you're worried about on this offense is the fullback, Michael McCook, but teams better start worrying. That's his third touchdown of the season. August scrimmage extra point is good. 21-7, minute 16 to go in this opening quarter. This is Shepherd University Rams football on TV 10.
Erie Insurance says here's to the grown-ups who move, mortgage, mow, and still bust a move. But does your home insurance still fit? Erie helps you protect the home you've grown into, all at fair prices that are often less than the other guys. So how do you find the right coverage? Magic. Nope. Local independent agents who get to know you like this.
Your local Erie agent in Martinsburg is Smallwood & Small Insurance. Get a quote at smallwoodandsmall.com.
Erie Insurance.
Nothing goes better with football than chicken. From Pee Wee to the big boys to the wing T formation. Oh my, fumbling, bumbling, stumbling.
Omaha!
Rocks local market.
A PSAC East rivalry that dates back to the 1920s between Shepherd and Shippensburg. Michael McCook scoring the touchdown on the last play, the fullback. It's his third touchdown of the season, the third of the day for Shepherd. Here's another kick return. And met at the 30-yard line is Witcher met by
Keyshawn Haley.
Yeah.
And on the tackle, the 6'2", 200-pound junior from Fairmont, West Virginia.
Nice hit. Seen a lot of big hits in this rivalry matchup, but a good return gets the ball out to the 31-yard line for Bryson Musina in that Shippensburg offense. And so far, Travis Shepherd has held Musina in the offense in check.
Certainly, and they seem like they're playing nervous. They don't seem like they've been comfortable out there on the field at all so far this game.
Williams the back in the backfield. Williams dancing in the hole. Shuffles forward for a few, out to about the 32-yard line.
Cedric Ofori in on the tackle, the 5'10", 195-pound linebacker.
So 1 yard pickup, second down and 9, under a minute to go in this opening quarter, 21-7, Shepherd leading. They'll now bring Williams out of the backfield, put him in the slot. To the far side, three receivers to the near on a second down and 9. Musina under some initial pressure, forcing him to roll out to the right. Ball gets tipped by Chris Lane, falls incomplete.
Lane just plays so well in space, and that time Messina trying to get it to Ballant the third. He had an open spot in the zone, but just that outstretched arm of Chris Lane was able to bat that ball down, and Shepherd almost coming up with the pick. Chikoziani Aqua right there, very nearly picking off the tip ball. Chris Lane still shaking his head, wishing he could have that one back. He's a very skilled pass defender as well as being very stout in the box versus the run. All-around middle linebacker.
The Rams show blitz here on a 3rd and 9 from the 32. Lane now kind of backing off as Messina takes the snap. Dumps it down underneath for Evans, complete, but Ponce de Leon breaks it up, now incomplete. As he just broke on that football, got a hand in there, it'll be 4th down. So the Rams defense emerging again.
And we talked about it during the pregame. Energy is going to be important for this Shepherd Rams team, and that energy has certainly just been bubbling to the top on the defensive side of the ball because this Shippensburg offense certainly seems to be back on their heels, and this Rams defense is just taking it to them, and right now it just seems to be overwhelming that Raiders offense.
4th down and 9. Shippensburg will punt. Don Tarek standing back at his own 12-yard line. Ball kind of faked it out and rolls inside the 10, so nice punt.
I think he kind of lost it in the sun, and he just decided, well, I'm just going to get away from it and let this high-powered offense set up shop wherever the ball stops.
Great punt there by David Shank, the senior punter. So Shank will pin the Rams back to their own 10-yard line. 21-7 Shepherd, just about 13 seconds to go in this opening quarter. Pretty long opening quarter as well. Almost an hour into the ball game, Travis, but still in the first quarter. That's what happens when you have two teams that like to throw it a lot. Bajan in the pistol formation, and a flag comes in.
I'll say there was a lot of movement up front. It initially looked like Shippensburg may have jumped off sides, but looks like the Rams offense was a little bit too eager to get started, and the false start penalty is going to back them up even further. The ball's going to be spotted on the 4-yard line. So see if Shepherd's going to stay in that heavy run set. Bajan was under center last time, and now he's back in his usual shotgun formation.
First down and 15. Bajan turns around, gives it to the back. Chance Schwartz. He finds some room getting it out to about the 15.
You can still see that this Rams offense, they're just working to try to find, like, what is the role of this running game in our offense. They have several different running backs. Ty Hebron has yet to check back into today's game, but after taking that shot early on, I'm going to go ahead and say it's going to be unlikely that he comes back in. So this is probably going to be a chance for Mr. Schwartz to show what he can do in this Rams offense. More of a banger in between the tackles, but he's a skilled, patient runner and really does well in that zone running scheme.
21-7 Shepherd. We're back in 60 seconds after this for the second quarter.
WVU Medicine is pleased to introduce 5 new providers who've joined our medical staffs at Berkeley Medical Center, Jefferson Medical Center, and University Healthcare Physicians. Dr. Leslie Golden, Orthopedics. Dr. Alexander Bitzer, Orthopedics. Dr. Courtney McQuillan, Obstetrics and Gynecology. Nurse Practitioner Carolyn Gable, Nephrology, and Darwin Castillo, Emergency Medicine. WVU Medicine, growing to meet the needs of our community.
Ever try to collect on an insurance claim? Perhaps a homeowner's claim, auto accident, or fire. Insurance companies collect money from you for protection should something bad happen. And when it does, they don't want to pay, or they offer too little. At Mansion Ferretti, we have an attorney who worked defending insurance companies and knows all the dirty tricks they play to deny or lowball your claim. Call us today for help in getting what you really deserve. Mansion Ferretti, when you need justice.
7 for the Rams. Two teams have flipped sides now to begin this second quarter. Bajan and the offense face a 2nd and 7 from their own 11. Bajan rolling to the right and just throws incomplete. Had pressure coming from the blind side. Throws it at the feet of Schwartz. It'll be 3rd down.
Smart play. Didn't see anything that he liked and didn't want to force it downfield into a bad situation. So throw it at your running back's feet. Live to play another day. And most offenses would prefer not to be in a 3rd and 8. But this Rams offense, they can pick up chunks at any given time, so it's not going to be as tough or as tall in order as it would be for most offenses.
It's 3rd and 7 here from the 11. Bajan with 3 receivers to the near side.
E.J. Morgan in at the wide receiver spot.
Bajan looking to Morgan here on the near side. He has the first down. Tackled on the near sideline by Witcher.
Morgan not wasting any time, checks into the game, gets a target and a catch right away, and picks up a big first down to help get the Rams out of the shadow of their own goal line.
First catch of the year for Morgan. 1st and 10 for the Rams now from the 20-yard line after the 9-yard reception. Here's the run with Schwartz, and he gets swallowed up after a quick run. Looked like Riley Good in on that tackle.
Yuka Anya coming in, supplying a lot of pressure up front. The 5'11", 285-pound redshirt senior just mushing the offensive lineman back into the backfield and also able to make the tackle.
So it'll be 1-yard loss on the play. Bring it back to the 19. 2nd down and 11. Morgan and Beach the receivers to the far side. Gontarek matched up one-on-one on Keon Smith. See if they go after it. Bagent looking back toward Gontarek. Has some pressure from the blind side. Ducks underneath, and a nice tackle there by Demetrius Hudson, tracking down Bagent there and getting to him.
Bagent not known for his running, but he is a young athletic quarterback, so he can pick up critical yards in tough times when protection breaks down. And that time, Shippensburg running a stunt up front, just trying to use some of their athletes and giving them angles and pursuit lanes. Bagent bails out, trying to turn upfield, but Hudson, hot on his heels, able to take him down with a minimal gain.
He actually lost you.
Oh,
so it'll be 3rd and 12 now for the Rams from the 18. 5 wide. Bagent, quick throw to Gontarek near sideline, trying to shed off a tackler, but he will not. A great job by Shippensburg's
Devin Smith.
Yeah, Smith, the 5'9 senior, a LaSalle College transfer.
Just tremendous hand strength. All he had was a handful of jersey, but it was enough to take down the wide receiver and force the Rams into a punting situation. Again, that's going to be huge for Shippensburg for the rest of this game. Are they going to be able to control run after catch?
Barrick will punt for the Rams. Back deep is Evan Morrell. Morrell waits for the fair catch, and did that hit off of him? As Walker thinks it does, he dives on it at the 20-yard line, but nobody for Shippensburg really reacted. So it will still be Shippensburg football. But
that's about as close as it gets. And it's tough because when they're looking back in that direction, they're looking into the sun. So we've seen that a couple times. An earlier punt where the Shepherd punt returner had to get out of the way at the last minute. So they're having to look back at that angle, and the sun's right in their face. So that time, Morrell, a little too close for comfort for that Shippensburg coaching staff.
I mean, I figured if he didn't go after it at all, that it didn't hit off of him. But maybe it did, and he just figured, hey, I'm not going to get to that. I'll just fool everybody and not go after it.
You got to sell it sometimes.
They'll run Williams here, and Williams will duck under a man and get out to about the 24-yard line.
Williams sometimes can get lost behind that big offensive line, only 5'7", 170 pounds. Transfer over from Lackawanna.
Yep, Camp Hill High School. Played against him actually in middle school. I think every time he touched the ball, he scored against us. So certainly was a guy that at the time I was like, hey, he's going to play on Sundays. But Bill Williams makes the catch here. Had over 4,000 yards in high school, and I think 90-something touchdowns total.
Showing good hands out of the backfield on that play. You could tell it was just a designed swing pass to the running back, and if he's able to keep his feet, he might still be running on that play.
So we 3rd and 2. Ball at the 30-yard line. Messina in the gun. The run Williams. Williams shaking off of a back. It's going to be close. Antonio Fox cleaning it up. Really right at the sticks there. Had to get to the 32. And they'll say it's a first down.
Shippensburg just showing a great deal of respect for that Rams pressure up front on those 3rd and short type of plays that they haven't been trying to go to there. They've been trying to run the ball and just trying to keep that defensive front off balance. Oh, that's got to be a hole.
That's intercepted by Jawan Addison, the defensive lineman. Messina tried to throw it away, but he found nobody but big number 0, and it's a turnover, the second of the day, and the Rams will take over on offense.
This Rams defense has completely overwhelmed this Shippensburg offense. That time, Kyle Smith, I'm surprised it wasn't a holding penalty because he got tackled in the backfield. And Messina just blindly just throwing the ball. It looked like they were trying to go to a screen, but there was nothing but just a wall of Rams defenders just there waiting for the football.
So Jawan Addison, the defensive lineman in the right place at the right time, will now set up that Ram offense on the Shippensburg 22-yard line. First down and 10, 10:37 to go in this second quarter. It's already 21-7 Shepherd, and the Rams have a chance to add to that. Bagent with Brown to his left. Bagent with all day to throw, looking for Ryan Beach, and he slips by the defense again. Touchdown, Shepherd.
That time just going over the top. Mike Brewer trying to supply the coverage, but Beach beats him with a double move. Looked like he was going to that corner route to the back end of the end zone. Puts his foot in the ground and breaks it right back, coming back inside with the post, and Bajan just lays the ball up beautifully in the back of the end zone for Beach. Able to get that touchdown and bring it in. Some good fancy footwork on the back end to catch it inbounds for the touchdown.
So 27-7 Shepherd, and the difference right now, Travis, really it starts with the offensive line because Bajan has pretty much had all day to throw, but Musina's been kind of running for his life, resulting in 2 turnovers. As Hayden August Scrivens extra point is good. 28-7 Shepherd, 10:31 to go in this second quarter. This is Shepherd University Rams football on TV 10 and WRNR TV YouTube channel.
Imagine this, an entire week with your family in a mountaintop home overlooking one of America's most scenic lakes. Sound good? Let me tell you, for my family, it doesn't get any better than La Bella Vita at Deep Creek Lake. I'm David Welch, and you know I give it to you straight. So here it is. From the moment you arrive at La Bella Vita, the pressures of life will disappear as you bask in the comfort of this beautiful 6-bedroom house with 2 outdoor decks that overlook the water and great amenities like a pool table, a large hot tub, and towels and bedding already in place when you arrive. You'll also enjoy the wonderful selection of local restaurants and pubs. Debbie and I love Deep Creek Lake, and we especially love La Bella Vita. To make your reservation, call Tailor Made Deep Creek Vacations and Sales at 301-750-2182. That's 301-750-2182.
Stadium, it's 28-7 Shepherd leading Shippensburg. Nick Verzolini, Travis Smith, happy to have you with us. Spencer Dupuy, our on-site producer. Colin McLaughlin back in the studio. Donald Kinney, Harry Brown, and Matt Miller on cameras. As that ball will roll into the end zone and result in a touchback. But, Travis, I kind of talked about it before we went to break. I mean, you hit it on it in the pregame. They are not protecting Musina well. He's been under pressure, and that's resulted in 2 Shippensburg turnovers and then also resulting then in 2 Shepherd touchdowns following the turnovers.
And just the energy on the defensive side of the ball for the Shepherd Rams has just completely overwhelmed this Shippensburg offense. They have not, even when they've had plays and they've been successful picking up a couple first downs, they just do not look comfortable. Bryson Musina is not been able to settle in and look for those checkdowns or just basically an open wide receiver.
Musina takes the low snap. Under pressure again. Sacked again. Holloway getting in there this time. He'll join the party.
That time, left tackle Austin Garner. He was just beat off the snap. And that's been several times. Kyle Smith on that interception on the last drive. Kyle Smith beat him off the snap. That time, Holloway beats him off the snap. They're having some difficulty. Is it going to be something where they're either going to have to keep a tight end in to help out or possibly a running back end that's going to chip that defensive end? But right now, the left tackle does not seem to be up to the task.
Yeah, and another key, too, you know, these running backs aren't the biggest. So, you know, maybe even a fullback or an extra tight end come in and line up in the backfield because these guys aren't really known for their pass protection. More known for catching balls out of the backfield. So Musina backed up here, 2nd and 18 from the 17. Musina this time with just a 4-man rush, dumps it down underneath Khalid Dorsey. Dorsey down the sideline. Dorsey has the first down and more. DeLeon forcing him out of bounds, but nice job by Khalid Dorsey out of the backfield, making a nice play.
And that was something we saw last week. Cuttstown was able to get the ball to their running backs. And not often that you see those linebackers for Shepherd struggling in the passing game. Usually they're pretty good working in space. But if you can get them matched up one-on-one with the speedy running back, that's a tall order for any linebacker to try to cover for any length of time. That was one of the few times that Musina had a little bit of time in the pocket to make a read and throw a ball.
It seemed like Dorsey just kind of got lost over the middle there. Musina keeps on the read option. Bryson Musina across the 40-yard line. being tracked down from behind by the Rams.
Nice 5-yard pickup on first down. So it's going to be important for the Shippensburg offense if they want to get things on track, is that they have to stay ahead of the chains, and that means winning on first down.
The Rams linebacker Corey Shell, the man to bring down Musina on that play. It will be 2nd and 5 after the 5-yard run by Bryson Musina. He'll take the snap under pressure again. Nice pass over the middle. Complete to Ballant, the third.
You could just tell Musina is not comfortable at all in the pocket. He was fading away from that throw, even as he has the arm strength to make up for it, but you could just tell he's not able to put his foot in the ground and to step into his throw. He was just able to make up for that with just a strong arm, and tight end did a good job of just settling down an open space in the zone and picking up the first down.
First down and 10 from the 49. Musina looks to throw again, under pressure again. Completes near side to Dorsey. Dorsey into Shepherd territory. Ducks out at the 40. And it will be another first down for Shippensburg. So responding here, down 28-7 with 8.5 to go. Was there a flag on the play? Yeah, there was a flag in the backfield, so this is probably coming back. We got shot block going against Shippensburg. So right when the Raiders get momentum, Travis, it just gets taken away there by a bad penalty.
So what you're seeing is that the Shippensburg offense has made some adjustments, and what they're doing is giving their quarterback some quick check down options where they're either dumping it off quickly to the running back or using their veteran tight end, letting him settle down in space, but they're giving the quarterback options to get rid of the ball quickly, and that's going to help out your pass protection.
Yeah, it certainly will then force Shepherd to kind of play off a little bit and not want to give up those underneath routes, but when you get a penalty like that, that completely takes away that play, and now you're backed up, opposed to having another first down into Shepherd territory. You're now
behind the chains.
Yeah, back on your own side of the field as well, so not even really in scoring range. And already down 21 to one of the best offenses in the PSAC in Shepherd, and a team that has put up points early on. It's already a tough situation that you've dealt yourself with. Now a 1st and 25 makes it a little bit tougher. The good thing is for Shippensburg is it is first down, so you can get 25 yards on 3 downs. But
see, that's why I like you, Nick. You're a glass half full kind of guy.
Yeah, I mean, I'd rather have a 1st and 25 than a 3rd and 25. We've seen it sacked again, so that's not going to help you. There's Corey Shell getting involved. Might not be a sack, but at least a nice tackle. It is a sack. They'll lose more yardage.
And that pocket quickly collapsed on Musina. He tried to step up and make something happen, but Shell was there to wrap him up quickly.
So now 2nd and 28. Shippensburg going in the wrong direction so far on this drive. Musina. Again, he already feels the pressure before it really gets there, and then rolling to his near side and throwing incomplete. I mean, that's a sign of a quarterback that feels it, and there really wasn't pressure, but he already felt the need to step up because he's got that clock in his head.
You nailed it. He's watching the rush. That's something as a quarterback that you can't do, and that's very surprising that a quarterback, redshirt junior, Bryson Musina, a skilled passer from the pocket, and like you mentioned, he's feeling the rush, and more importantly, he's watching the rush. Conversely, you look over on the other team, Tyson Bajan, he does a good job. When he's getting out of the pocket, his eyes are always downfield looking for that next target. Musina's just running for his life right now.
Shepherd only brought 3, still got pressure. Chris Lane coming up and making the hit on the reception. Sheehan has the catch, and it'll be 4th down and a mile with just about 7.5 minutes to go in this first half.
Right now, this Rams defense is just blowing away Shippensburg with just energy. It's just energy and enthusiasm, and right now Shippensburg doesn't have any answers for them.
Gontarek will go back and receive this punt. Shanks kick. Low. Will bounce up about the 32-yard line. Gontarek picks it up with one hand. Puts a little wiggle move on him, but a nice tackle in open space. Back up the Rams inside the 25-yard line.
Looks like Matt Feeney was in on the tackle, the 6'2", 220-pound redshirt freshman from Reading, PA.
Feeney's been good on special teams. I believe that's the second special teams tackle today. So Shepherd back on offense. The Rams leading 28-7, 6:55 to go in this second quarter. Do get the ball as well to begin the third quarter. So Shepherd in a good situation here in this ball game. Looking to kind of make up for the loss that they had a week ago to Kutztown. Bajan under center. He'll go play action. Bajan steps up, looking for Ryan Beach, and he makes the catch. What a grab inside the 50-yard line. Wow.
And again, you see the difference. Shippensburg able to get pressure. Bajan had to get out of the pocket to extend the play, but he keeps his eyes downfield, and that time able to find a wide open Ryan Beach. And Beach bobbled it a little bit, was able to corral the play, but he was wide open on that. And again, just picks up a huge chunk for this Rams offense.
Beach moves it to the 47 of Shippensburg. First down at 10.
Got Leonard and Moss in at the wide receiver position. 2 tight end look for Rams.
We'll give it to Ronnie Brown. Brown throws a nice stiff arm inside the 45 before being pushed out of bounds. Looks like Demetrius Hudson in there to knock him out.
And one of the more vanilla looks that you'll see out of this Rams offense, a 2 tight end look, 2 wide receiver look, and all they do just a inside zone. And Brown, he's energetic. You know he's going to bounce it outside if there's just the slightest chance that he can get to the edge.
3-yard pickup makes it second down and 7. Travis, how much do you think kind of going under center more has helped Shepherd in this game? Because we saw last week, you know, that was not something they did really all season. As Brown catches it underneath. Nice move by Brown. Tackled in space around the 40-yard line.
Well, one of the things that it lends itself to is, one, if you want to run the ball, it's going to help you run downhill more effectively, and it's also going to help your play-action pass because it's going to be that extra amount of time that linebacker has to stay still and see what's going on in the backfield. Is he going to hand it off or is he going to pull it? And usually that split second is enough for the quarterback to be able to take advantage of it by slipping in somebody behind him. Just think about that Ryan Beach touchdown early on in the game where they were able to get behind the linebackers.
3rd down and 4. Quick pass, Beach underneath. Across the 40. Tripped up and around the 35.
Mike Brewer coming up on the tackle. 5'11", 185-pound junior from Bridgeville, Delaware.
Rams get the first down on the Beach reception. Able to spread the ball around again here in this first half as we come up on 5 minutes to go. 28-7, the Rams leading the Raiders. 1st and 10 from the 34. Schwartz to the right of Bajan. 3 receivers set.
Yeah, that was false start.
So back up Shepherd here to 1st and 15.
On that play,
to the 39.
And the left guard that time for Shepherd looked like he was nearly lined up in the backfield. So I know they call a false start, but it looked like it could have been a penalty as far as having too many men in the backfield.
Right.
Certainly something that's going to tip off the defense. If you see a guard sitting back like that, that usually is an indicator that he's going to try to pull and do something. So that's something that's going to tip your hand a little bit.
Yeah, you either pull or maybe even pass protect as well. You got to pick up on those tendencies as a D lineman. And Bajan over the middle, incomplete, wanted Walker.
And again, a lot of these runs that Shepherd has on this offense have that RPO element to it. And that time, again, we mentioned how that left guard was sitting back deep. They try to run that pin and pull action to the left side of the field. Bajan sees the matchup that he likes, pulls it, throws it downfield to Walker, but good defense on the back end by the Raiders.
You know, LaRon Woody, the man in coverage, heard his name a lot, the inside linebacker. Making some nice plays. So here we go, 2nd and 15 for the Rams. Spread them out again here. Bagent. Again, time to throw. He wants
Ronnie Brown.
Ronnie Brown, who sneaks out of the backfield. I almost said Beach because that's kind of his type of play, but Ronnie Brown that time finding a hole in the Shippensburg defense, and he'll get the touchdown.
They got the matchup that they wanted to exploit. Ronnie Brown out in space going against Demetrius Hudson. They weren't able to get pressure up front, so that means Bajan had time to sit back there, let that play develop, and he just laid it right out in front, and that's Hudson. He's a skilled defender, but he cannot match up with Ronnie Brown out in space like that.
34-7, extra point pending here from Hayden August Scriven, which would make it 35-7 Shepherd with still 4 minutes to go in this first half. The extra point is up and good. So 35-7, 4:08 to go in the first half. This is Shepherd University Rams football on TV 10.
With 4 new car dealerships and 4 used car dealerships in 3 states, Parsons is the largest used car and fastest growing new car dealer in the tri-state area. Take Parsons Ford with huge savings on hundreds of new Fords, financing from 0%. Parsons' goal of financing for all. And Parsons' famous above-market trade-in allowances that help make Parsons #1 for used cars, too. See why so many won't buy anywhere but Parsons Ford in Martinsburg. We became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons.
The Palace Lounge in Martinsburg has a brand new list of daily specials. Monday, stop on in for burger night or enjoy a nice juicy steak every Tuesday and Wednesday. The Palace Lounge also offers freshly steamed shrimp Thursdays and chef specials every Friday and Saturday. Sunday is all-day breakfast and there are drink specials daily too. So come enjoy the Palace Lounge. You can find them on Facebook or call 304-267-7520. The Palace Lounge is located at 1350 Edwin Miller Boulevard.
Shepherd University, the Rams beating up on the Raiders right now, 35-7 with 4:08 to go in this first half. Nick Versley, Travis Smith here at Rams Stadium. Hayden August Scriven will kick it away after the Ronnie Brown touchdown reception. Hayden August Scriven's kick is going to bounce out and around the 2, but then of course, the ball will be marked at the 35 after the penalty.
And August Scriven's looking to kick away from Witcher. Now want to give him another shot to make something big happen, but sometimes when you try to angle those kicks, they have a tendency to bounce out of bounds. And Shippensburg will get the ball with good field position. Let's see what they're able to do with it. Are they going to make them re-kick? It looks like that's going to be the case.
Always an interesting decision there because you already are kind of guaranteed good field position if you take the penalty.
I just think that they're desperate for something.
Yeah, another big play maybe on special teams.
Yeah. They've had good returns. I mean, they've had even after the big kick return for the touchdown, they've had good returns. So why not? That's one of the few things that has been working for this Shippensburg team today. Looks like the Rams going to call a timeout.
I don't see that very often. A timeout before a kickoff in a 35-7 game. Maybe you just want to make certain that your guys are, lining up a proper kick, but then the kicker's not even going to the sideline. So I don't know.
Kicker kind of has his own thing. Just go ahead and let him do his thing. We're going to leave him alone. But one of the reasons why you may want to call a timeout is because Shippensburg, they want you to kick that ball again for a reason.
Right.
So you figure that they might have a trick up their sleeve, so you just want to call your troops over one more time, keep your eyes open, some type of trick play, maybe a throwback, some type of reverse. So nothing tricky on this play that's going to give them a spark going into halftime.
Kicker doesn't need to know that.
Yeah, he doesn't need to know that.
If it gets to him, you're already in trouble.
Yeah. So you saw what happened the first time.
I am not tackling Witcher or whoever ends up getting this football.
As you see, they have Williams back deep. Also have Kyle Evans back deep.
Evans kind of a running back receiver type player, and Bill Williams an explosive running back as well. So, hey, you have two guys back deep. Maybe you run that kind of reverse type play, so just be aware of it if you're Shepherd. That's why they use the timeout there in a 35-7 ball game. The Rams leading here with about 4 minutes to go in this first half. We'll kick it away once again. August Scriven kicking it toward Evans. Evans will field about the 10. Evans across the 20. Has some room and gets clocked.
Ooh. That's my nominee for collision of the game.
We've had a lot of those today.
Yes, we have. Looks like
Cody's Body Shop's going to have a busy day after
yes,
this.
They are. Terrell Lindsay coming up, lowering the boom for the collision of the game. It's family owned, offering superior customer service and great pricing at Cody's Body Shop. You can check them out on Facebook, or you can give them a call at 304-901-4777.
4 minutes to go in the first half. The Rams with a 35-7 lead. Musina on the offense back on the field. It's been a rough one for Bryson Musina. He'll take the snap and try to throw again. He's under pressure. This time, though, stands in the pocket, dumps it down to Evans. Evans across the 35 and then goes out of bounds in front of the Rams sideline. So 1st and 10 now for Shippensburg once again after the nice completion. And there you saw, too, Travis, Messina kind of stood in the pocket and delivered a good ball over the middle.
That last drive he was out there, he had happy feet. He's looking at the rush. He's not comfortable and maybe able to go down, regain his composure, and try to lead his team on a 2-minute drive.
Well, they'll run it here, and that play is stuffed in the backfield.
Big Holloway in the backfield once again. He's been living in that Shippensburg backfield so far today.
Bill Williams not finding room on that run. 2nd down and 11 with about 3:13 in the clock rolling, now under probably 3 minutes to go. As Messina stands in the gun again here on 2nd and 11 from the 30. Low snap. Pressure comes. Messina steps up. And pass falls incomplete.
He's looking for a balance, the tight end. Terrell Lindsay supplying the coverage. Again, Messina did a good job of stepping up in the pocket, getting outside, breaking contain, trying to extend the play. But you could tell he's certainly not comfortable at all, and for good reason. That Rams defensive front has just been dominating the line of scrimmage.
3rd and 11. Messina, another low snap. Under pressure, sacked again. On the sack,
Jack Rosnage coming in, the 6'2", 230-pound redshirt freshman from Huntingtown, Maryland.
So that makes it 4th down, and I mean, everybody's getting involved on the
That's what I'm saying. You're starting to see some of these second-team players coming in on that defensive front. Shepherd does a good job of rotating those guys up front, but even the backups are coming in getting pressure.
Gonteric.
Good punt.
Go all the way back inside his own 25 to field Shank's punt, and a nice tackle as well to keep him at around the 25.
Dylan Curtis, the long snapper, making it downfield, making the open field tackle. Good job. Got a good snap off and gets downfield to make the tackle.
Looks like North Fleet was in there as well. About 2 minutes to go now in the first half. 35-7 Rams will get the ball to start the second half, and depending on how this drive goes, and of course that first drive probably the second half, we could see some guys too on offense as some new looks that we kind of saw in the Gannon game, as this one certainly getting out of the hands of Shippensburg. But again, you go into the halftime, we're just trying to clean some things up, and you never know what can happen in that second half. And Shorts gets the carry, and outside lowers the shoulder about the 30 and goes out of bounds.
I'm not sure. That's what Tyson Bajan wanted on that play. I don't know if he was just riding the fake or just Chance Schwartz was just able to overpower him and take the ball from him on that play. Seemed like Schwartz was, it worked out. Schwartz was determined to get that ball and run it off the left edge that time.
He doesn't get it very often. So when you have the opportunity.
Said, don't take this from me.
Second down and 5 after the 5-yard pickup. Bajan, this time we'll dump it down to Schwartz.
You better give it to him. That's a big guy.
Gets out of bounds. This time I think no gain on the play. So it'll be 3rd and 5. 1:29 to go in this one, in the first half. Lose a yard, actually, on that play. So 3rd down and 6 from the 29.
All right,
Pittsburgh fans did make the trip, bringing a little bit of noise here, but so far it's been all Shepherd. Bajan looking deep for Greg Leonard, and it's just through his hands and incomplete.
That time, and Bajan wishes he had that one back. If he puts a little bit more air underneath of that, Greg Leonard had his defender cooked on that play. It was just the ball was thrown on a line. Leonard had a hard time trying to make that adjustment with the ball being right on top of him. Plus, he's having to look back over his shoulder. And like we mentioned, a couple of those punt returners in the game, he's looking back into the sun trying to locate that ball, but Leonard was just able to blow past him. And we talked about that during the pregame. Is Shippensburg going to have the horses to match up with Shepherd? And so far, they have not.
Isaiah Gilmore, the man in coverage. Here's the punt. Fair catch single from Morrell, and it will roll down to about the 15-yard line. So 1:11 to go in this first half. Shippensburg running quickly back out onto the field in a 35-7 game, and Travis a chance to probably put some good offensive series together. And like I said, you never know what can happen in that second half, especially a little bit of momentum defensively there by getting a nice stop. So Messina on the offense will try to get it going as that lone touchdown of the game for the Raiders coming on the kick return to begin the ball game. And since then, Shepherd has dominated. Messina rolls to the near side, completes the Morrell across the 20. Raiders trying to get that football out, but are unsuccessful.
And Shippensburg trying to alleviate some of that pressure on the quarterback by getting Messina out of the pocket with a design rollout. And Morrell not able to do much after the catch. Ballon. Nice pluck.
Yeah, nice catch.
Good defense that time. Duckworth was Johnny on the spot, but Ballon, good hands, but even better concentration to haul that one in.
So that's now a first down for the Raiders. 44 seconds to go. 35-7 Rams. As we come to the end of this second quarter, it looked like Kyle Smith jumped off sides. They'll throw, and a nice catch coming back to the ball.
Oh, no,
incomplete. Sheehan kind of slipped and almost made a heck of a catch, but couldn't quite get the hands underneath.
So they gave him a free play. I'm surprised they let it go because it looked like those defenders were coming off the edge unabated, and usually that's when they try to blow the play dead. But as the Rams defenders tried to get back, Messina, recognizing that he had a free play, took a shot downfield to his young freshman, but one-hopped it in there. Still going to be ahead of the chains, but you wish you would have had the bigger play to keep that momentum rolling.
It's kind of like 50-50 on whether or not they blow it dead or not.
It's usually when they have like a clear path to the quarterback is when they usually tend to do it. And just about every play, the defenders have had a clear path to Bryson Messina.
I know from the NFL side of things, they usually have been trying to blow it dead because Rodgers and Brady just took advantage of that for years. Sheehan deep down the field, incomplete. No flag on McDade's coverage. It was kind of a battle between both guys, but I could see why the Raiders fans here on our side do want a penalty. But the refs do not throw the flag, so.
And that's been a reoccurring theme so far in these PSAC games is that the officials are really going to let the wide receivers and the defensive backs go out there and play football. They're not going to step in unless it's an egregious penalty. They're going to let them play football.
Yeah, that has been the trend. Even on some hits, too, over the middle. They've kind of let a lot of those go. So Messina looking to throw again, and incomplete. And if that ball sailed a little bit more, could have been a Rams interception. A guy that's played well today, too, for the Rams, Keyshawn Haley.
And Duckworth having some fun with the Raiders fans. They wanted a pass interference on that one, and they probably should have gotten that one. That time he had a handful of Ballant's jersey when Ballant crossed in front of his face. Man, oh, man. Passionate Raiders fans here today.
They're bringing it. They made the trip down I-81. They're not having it today. Third down. Pass complete to Morrell for a Raider first down. Do you think Mike Messina's here today?
Maybe.
Maybe that's him yelling.
And Morrell, you may remember his name. He used to be a Millersville Marauder, second team All-PSAC in 2019. Played in 11 games, had 39 catches for 527 yards and 3 touchdowns.
Hasn't really made a big impact today here as we roll now to 23 seconds. We have a timeout for the Raiders. Keep it here since we're already kind of a little bit into the timeout, but 35-7 Shepherd. Recap the game a little bit for you so far. It starts with the Shippensburg kickoff return, but since then it's been all Rams. Bajent finding Beach for 2 scores, finding Michael McCook for a score, and finding Ronnie Brown for a touchdown as well. And then Chance Schwartz with a 1-yard touchdown run. That's how the Rams have gotten to 35 and how Shippensburg's gotten to 7. With 23 seconds to go in this first half, the Raiders looking to finish the first half strong here and put some more points on the board. It will be Shepherd football, though, to begin the second half. So got to get momentum on the defensive side as well if you're ever to score here. Bryson Messina in the shotgun out of the timeout. 4 receivers set. Messina takes the snap. Has some heat from the blind side. Feels it well. Rolls out to the near side looking deep for Sheehan. He has the catch, and he'll walk in for the touchdown. Just floating it over Haley was Messina's ball, and Sheehan scores 6 right before the half.
Man, oh, man. That's the play that you needed if you're the Raiders going into halftime. And Messina showing off that arm strength. There's no doubting his talent. It just hasn't been on display today because he's been running for his life. That time rolling out to his left. He's pressing the line of scrimmage, so those defenders have to come up. You can see the DBs kind of peeking in the backfield, and this freshman wide receiver able to get behind the defense, and Messina is able to throw a nice pass over the top to get that touchdown.
Montross extra point is good. So 35-14. We'll take a 60-second break with 12 seconds to go in this first half. This is Shepherd University Rams football on TV 10.
Looking to buy a home in the Eastern Panhandle? Having trouble getting your house sold? Then call Chris Ross and the Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams. A Martinsburg High School graduate, Chris knows the local market, and he's proven it as the #1 real estate team in West Virginia in 2019. Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams. Phone 304-579-7349 or go to callchrisross.com. Let's celebrate your real estate milestone together.
See that Honda badge? It reveals more than the Ridgeline's maker. It's a testament to endurance and Honda ingenuity. So when the terrain ahead is full of challenges, brace yourself. The Honda Ridgeline is about to amaze you. Rise to the challenge with the rugged performance of the Honda Ridgeline.
Miller Honda, south of Winchester, home of the lifetime powertrain warranty. www.mymillerhonda.com.
14 Shepherd after the nice touchdown pass from Bryson Messina to Ian Sheehan. And the Rams will return the kickoff, and they'll let it go into the end zone for a touchback. But we thought about it, Travis. I mean, if Shippensburg was able to get some points here before the half, obviously Shepherd gets the ball to start the second half, but that can give you the momentum. The defense had a nice stop as well. So while, a 35-21 or 35-14 lead is certainly, something pretty tough, especially against the Shepherd offense, it's not impossible for Shippensburg to start maybe able to rally and get back into this football game. That's certainly
you certainly have something to build on going into the half, and Bryson Messina has a chance to basically to take a deep breath because he's been harassed all day long.
That he has. So the Rams will take a knee and let the final few seconds roll off the clock. Overall, it was a really good first half for Shepherd. We'll take a quick 2-minute break and be back with the halftime show. This is Shepherd University Rams football on TV 10 and the WRNR TV YouTube channel.
I picked Shepherd University because I'm not just a number.
One of the things that surprised me is how friendly everyone is.
I like being able to walk down the street and have the professors recognize me by name.
I'm constantly learning.
But it also has taught me so much about myself and about what I want to do with my future.
The location at Shepherd is amazing.
Cities like Washington, D.C., Baltimore are only about an hour and a half away.
You just got to see it. Once you see it, it just takes your heart.
Looking to buy a home in the Eastern Panhandle? Having trouble getting your house sold? Then call Chris Ross and the Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams. A Martinsburg High School graduate, Chris knows the local market, and he's proven it as the #1 real estate team in West Virginia in 2019. Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams. Phone 304-579-7349 or go to callchrisross.com. Let's celebrate your real estate milestone together.
See that Honda badge? It reveals more than the Ridgeline's maker. It's a testament to endurance and Honda ingenuity. So when the terrain ahead is full of challenges, brace yourself. The Honda Ridgeline is about to amaze you. Rise to the challenge with the rugged performance of the Honda Ridgeline.
Miller Honda, south of Winchester, home of the lifetime powertrain warranty. www.mymillerhonda.com. We're at the half. Time for a scoring recap, stats and analysis, scores from around the PSAC and Super Region 1, the Division 1 Top 25, and the latest on the West Virginia University Mountaineers and Marshall University Thundering Herd. Let's get it started as we go back to the field and rejoin our TV 10 broadcast team.
35-14, Nick Virgili and Travis Smith here on the halftime show. Travis, it's been a really good first half for Shepherd. Shippensburg's kind of felt the pressure all game ever since that opening kickoff, which put them up 7-0, and things were looking good for Shippensburg, but the Rams have rallied, and it's been a pretty successful first half.
And Shepherd brought them back to reality quickly and repeatedly. So, and that's what the Rams wanted to do. They wanted to come out and play with energy, and you can certainly see that on the defensive side of the ball for Shepherd because they have just completely overwhelmed that Shippensburg offense with their energy and their enthusiasm, where they're flying to the football. They're really not giving up much in the running game, and they're certainly just harassing Bryson Messina all day long. Rarely has he had a chance just to stop, just to drop back, put that foot in the ground and step up into his throws. A lot of times he's having to get out of the pocket and trying to create something off schedule. And one of the things that he has been able to do is really settle down and play with any type of confidence. And you can see that he has happy feet. He's running around in the backfield. And more importantly, he's looking at the rush. So that means he's not looking downfield for those targets. And that Rams defense has just been feasting so far today.
Yeah, and that's kind of a surprise because you look at Shepherd's defense and they haven't been the best, in terms of points allowed, but certainly have some talent, have the ability to get after the quarterback, and they showed that in that first half, forcing a forced fumble on a delayed blitz and then an interception by Jawan Addison, also setting up a touchdown drive. So when Shepherd's defense is clicking, good luck beating them because their offense can certainly put up points in a hurry.
Absolutely, and a little bit more on that Rams defense. To their credit, if you want to defend them, they have played against some really good quarterbacks. So you look at today's game, probably facing the best quarterback that they've faced so far this year, and they just really just turned it on today. So, they've really risen to the occasion, and they're doing a good job of just making a very long and difficult day for Messina. So you have to take your hats off to that Rams defense, responding after giving up a lot of points last week, getting wore down at the end of that game, coming out today, and they're just blowing Shippensburg off the ball.
Yeah, we'll kind of see, too, if that holds up in the second half, which will be key, I think, because Shippensburg, with their quarterback and Bryson Musina, they're a team that could come back from a 21-point deficit if anybody was going to do it. You know, they have the offensive capabilities to do so, and obviously got some momentum there heading in to halftime. So, you know, how does Shepherd come out in the second half and try to kind of close the door on any comeback? Because obviously they get the ball here to start the second half, so a good chance to do that.
And something where you can go out there and stay comfortable. You have an opportunity to really get your running game on track here in the second half. Hebron's been out. He took a big shot early on in the game. So now you have Chan Schwartz coming in, the graduate transfer from Lock Haven, more of your bigger, more pounding type running back. So if you can get him going in the second half, that's something that could pay dividends throughout the season. That if you're able to get your running game going, get some confidence up front. Think back to that 2019 season. The Rams were in a similar situation where their running game was yet to get traction. They played against a overmatched Lock Haven team. That running game clicked, and that's when Deontay Glover was really able to take off soaring. The offensive line got some confidence, and just everything really seemed to snowball after that. So they can kind of look at this second half in a very similar fashion. You can start working in some of your depth at that wide receiver position because they just have talent for days at that wide receiver position, so you can try to develop some talent there. But I think the biggest goal is maybe we can see some of those bigger run looks with two tight ends or maybe McCook in at the fullback, so you can really try to invest some time in a live game situation to try to get that running game on track, because that's going to help you out, one, as the weather starts to get a little bit colder and the competition starts to ramp up.
Anything you think Shepherd could do better here in the second half, or has it been pretty much the best performance you've seen from the Rams this season?
Solid, all the way across the board. Offense, defense, special teams. You just want to see them close out this game with energy. If that was anything that really jumped out at you last week, or not jumped out at you last week, was the lack of energy that Shepherd played with. So they can maintain this high level of energy and focus throughout today's game. I think that's what you're really going to look for. You want to get that victory in the books, but you also want that high energy play out there on the field. That's something that you can build on moving forward.
What about on the Shippensburg side of things? Obviously not a great first half, didn't protect Messina well, but anything else do you think is going to be key for them in the second half?
Shippensburg, they did do a good job of getting pressure on Bajan. They did a good job of getting him off platform, out of the backfield, making him move around. He just does a good job of keeping his eyes downfield. It's just they don't have the horses on the back end to match up. We've seen so many times where Beach is getting behind, Leonard's getting behind, Gontarik's getting behind. They just don't have the guys on the outside that can match up with Shepherd. So maybe, I don't know, maybe play those corners back a little bit deeper, stay in that cover two some, and see if Shepherd's going to try to run the ball. See if you can try to keep everything in front of you, rally to the football, not give up that run after catch. And on the offensive side of the ball, I think you saw some of those adjustments at the end of the half. I think they need to do a little bit more of that as far as having running backs out of the backfield, doing something that's going to try to get your tight end open over in the middle of the field, and maybe you can go ahead and hit that young freshman wide receiver Sheehan a couple more times here in the second half. But it's just they got to do something that's going to keep those defenders off of Bryson Messina's back and maybe let him get a little confidence going here in the second half. But it's a tall order.
That it is, as the Rams lead it here 35-14 at the half here on the Mansion Ferretti Law Firm halftime show. Mansion Ferretti Law Firm in Martinsburg, where it's about seeking justice for you. Go to wvjusticelawyers.com. So we'll take a 2-minute break. On the other side of that break, Colin McLaughlin will get you updated on scores from around the country and in the PSAC. Update you on Marshall and West Virginia, what they got going on today as well. So this is the Mansion Ferretti halftime show. We'll be back with Colin on the other side of this 2-minute break.
Ever try to collect on an insurance claim? Perhaps a homeowner's claim, auto accident, or fire. Insurance companies collect money from you for protection should something bad happen. And when it does, they don't want to pay, or they offer too little. At Mansion Ferretti, we have an attorney who worked defending insurance companies and knows all the dirty tricks they play to deny or lowball your claim. Call us today for help in getting what you really deserve. Mansion Ferretti, when you need justice.
When will I be able to retire? How do I make the most of the money I have? How do I leave a lasting legacy to my loved ones? I'm Philip McCoy, financial advisor with the Mirius Group, a private wealth advisory practice of Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated. Call us today at 304-263-4343 to help you make the most of your financial future. Our office is located at 1270 Winchester Avenue, Martinsburg, West Virginia.
Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated, member FINRA and SIPC.
With 4 new car dealerships and 4 used car dealerships in 3 states, Parsons is the largest used car and fastest growing new car dealer in the tri-state area. Take Parsons Ford with huge savings on hundreds of new Fords, financing from 0%, Parsons' goal of financing for all, and Parsons' famous above-market trade-in allowances that help make Parsons #1 for used cars too. See why so many won't buy anywhere but Parsons Ford in Martinsburg. We became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons.
Erie Insurance says here's to the grown-ups who move, mortgage, mow, and still bust a move. But does your home insurance still fit? Erie helps you protect the home you've grown into, all at fair prices that are often less than the other guys. So how do you find the right coverage? Magic. Nope. Local independent agents who get to know you like this.
Your local Erie agent in Martinsburg is Smallwood & Small Insurance. Get a quote at smallwoodandsmall.com.
Erie Insurance.
Welcome into the Home Helpers Home Care of Martinsburg scoreboard show. We're at the half between the Shepherd Rams and Shippensburg Raiders. Colin McLaughlin here inside the WR&R studio. The score at the half, Shepherd 35, Shippensburg 14. Let's look at your out-of-town scoreboard here at the half, starting with some NCAA Division I scores. And it's a top 10 matchup right now going on ESPN. You got Georgia and Arkansas. Georgia right at halftime now as that just ended. It is 24-0. The Georgia Bulldogs all over the Arkansas Razorbacks in the SEC. You also got Michigan against Wisconsin. That's just about to hit halftime on Fox. The score is Michigan 13, and Wisconsin right before the half just scored to make it 13-9 with the extra point up and good, making it 13-10. Other scores in the SEC, Tennessee leads Missouri 42-10. Illinois and Charlotte. Charlotte's up 14-10. Pitt's up on Georgia Tech 42-14. North Carolina's up against Duke 24-0 at halftime. You have Purdue leading Minnesota 13-10. Toledo against UMass. Toledo shutting them out 31-0. In Big 12, Texas has taken the lead against TCU 23-17. Memphis and Temple's tied at 17 at the half. Western Michigan and Buffalo tied at 7 apiece. And Louisville up against Wake Forest 17-10. Those are the scores in Division I football right now. Let's look inside the Pennsylvania State Athletic Conference as well. 2 other games going on. You have Lock Haven and Millersville just hitting halftime as well as that kicked off at noon. Lock Haven 23, Millersville 14. The other game currently taking place at halftime as well. East Stroudsburg and Kutztown, who's the team that Shepherd lost to last week. Kutztown leads East Stroudsburg 14-7. The other games that will be playing in the PSAC, starting at 2 p.m., you have Bloomsburg and Westchester, and Gannon and IUP. At 3 p.m. kickoff, Mercyhurst takes on Cal U. At 4 p.m., Edinburgh takes on Seton Hill. And the final PSAC game kicking off at 6 p.m. tonight is Clarion against Slippery Rock. That is the Home Helpers Home Care of Martinsburg scoreboard show. Again, at the half, Shepherd leads Shippensburg in the I-81 rivalry 35-14. Let's take another 2-minute break, and then we'll send it back to Nick and Travis for the second half there at Shepherd University.
Nothing goes better with football than chicken. From Pee-wee to the big boys to the wing T formation. Oh my, fumbling, bumbling, stumbling.
Omaha!
Rocks Local Market.
Hi, my name's Corey, and I'm here at Orsini's in beautiful Martinsburg, West Virginia.
We no longer specialize in only appliances. We have kitchen design, countertops, cabinets, flooring, and even a new 1,200 square foot sleep studio with brands such as Stearns & Foster, Sealy, and Tempur-Pedic. 304-267-7251, 360 Hack Wilson Way in Martinsburg. We price match the big box stores, and we give back to our local community.
Orsini's.com. Erie Insurance says here's to the grown-ups who move, mortgage, mow, and still bust a move. But does your home insurance still fit? Erie helps you protect the home you've grown into, all at fair prices that are often less than the other guys. So how do you find the right coverage? Magic. Nope. Local independent agents who get to know you like this.
Your local Erie agent in Martinsburg is Smallwood & Small Insurance. Get a quote at smallwoodandsmall.com.
Erie Insurance.
W. Harley Miller Systems understands the need and desire for reliable and affordable smart home solutions. Secure your home with a security system and keep a close eye on your family. Automate your home with a Control4 system and have smart technology work as one. Set daily schedules to control your thermostats. Push a button and set the mood for dinner by dimming lights and playing music, or just sit back and enjoy a movie in your own home theater. Put decades of experience to work for you. Visit us at whmsystems.com or call 304-350-1931.
Huh? I got a game to call. Welcome back to Shepherd University Rams Stadium. Rams leading here. Shippensburg at the half, 35-14. Nick Verzolini, Travis Smith here on the halftime show. Spencer Dupuis, our on-site producer. Matt Miller, Donald Kinney, and Harry Brown are camera operators. And Colin McLaughlin back in the studio keeping us on air. And you just heard from Colin with his scoreboard update at the half. So Travis will now recap the scoring for the people that are just now joining us or joined us a little bit later. Dante Witcher, a 99-yard kickoff return to begin the ball game, put Shippensburg up 7-0. And after that, it's been all Shepherd. Ryan Beach scores on a 13-yard reception from Bajent. Chance Schwartz then pounding one in from 1 yard out. It was 14-7. Shepherd with 9:25 to go in the first quarter. And with 1:16 to go in the first quarter, all he does is score touchdowns. Michael McCook caught a 5-yard pass from Tyson Bajent, making it 21-7. Ryan Beach scored from 22 yards out in the second quarter, put the Rams up 28-7. Ronnie Brown scoring on a 39-yard pass from Bajent, making it 35-7. And then right before the half, Ian Sheehan with a 57-yard reception from Bryson Musina to cut the lead to 35-14. Those scoring drive summaries brought to you by 61st District Delegate Jason Barrett, Trusted Leadership, Real Solutions. And now we'll run down those first half stats for you as we look at it on the, we'll start with the Shippensburg Raiders side of things. Khalid Dorsey getting the ball 4 times in that first half for 18 yards. Bill Williams, 4 carries, 4 yards. And, of course, Messina has been sacked a lot. He totals negative 15 yards in that first half. And then throwing the football, Shippensburg had a little bit more success, but a lot of those yards coming on that 57-yard touchdown pass. Messina 13 of 21, and an interception. He's been sacked 4 times and a touchdown. So certainly trying to get him some protection in this second half, Travis.
And I'm not sure how they're going to be able to do that, and whether they're going to be able to do that with personnel or a scheme, but that has to be top of their priority list, is keeping their quarterback upright here in the second half.
Sheehan, 4 catches, 80 yards. He has the 57-yard touchdown as well, so he's been the main go-to guy. David Ballonet, the third, with 3 catches, 13 yards, DB3. Khalid Dorsey, 2 catches, 25 yards. Evan Morrell, 2 catches, 16 yards. And then on the offensive side of things, Hudson with 6 tackles, Trey Paul with 5 tackles, Mike Brewer with 4, Devin Smith with 3. That leads the way for Shippensburg. On the Shepherd side, again, they're not running the ball a whole lot, but with Tyson Bajent, you don't really have to if the passing game is working. Ronnie Brown, 3 carries for 10 yards. Bajent, 1 carry for 9 yards. Hebron, 2 carries, 4 yards. Chance Schwartz has been the main back, 5 carries for just 2 yards, though, because he lost a total of 11 yards in the first half. And throwing the football, it's been another nice performance from Bajent. 19 of 27, 257, 4 touchdowns in that first half, and only sacked once. So Bajent doing a nice job, as always, carving apart the Shippensburg defense in the first half. I mean, it just amazes me that at halftime of almost every game, he's got a full game numbers worth of stats. It's incredible.
Just the sheer volume of passes that he throws during the course of a game, during the course of a season, is just staggering, and there's no wondering why he's racking up so many records in that Shepherd passing book. Because, I mean, he just has so many opportunities to get that ball down the field, and why not? You put the ball in your best player's hands, and he's going to continue to make plays for you. And looking at that stat line, the one thing that just jumps out at you, Ryan Beach is just the catalyst for this Rams offense. When he's having a good game, the offense tends to have a good game. And it's kind of weird because, I mean, they have no shortage of talent anywhere on the offensive side of the ball, but he just seems to kind of be the guy that once he gets rolling, everybody kind of feeds off of his energy.
Yeah, Travis Bajent, Tyson's father, obviously, he made an interesting point to me in the preseason. He said, it's crazy that the 5'6" freshman is probably the best player on this team. And I at the time I was like, I don't know, we'll have to wait and see. But he's definitely right. Ryan Beach has been the guy offensively. 5 catches, 82 yards, 2 touchdowns. Gonteric, 4 catches, 51 yards in that first half. Jonathan Moss, 2 catches, 34 yards. Alex Wenzel, 2 catches, 22 yards in that first half. McCook with a touchdown, as well as Ronnie Brown on the receiving end. And then defensively for the Rams, Chris Lane, 4 tackles. McDade, 3 tackles. Malik Holloway has had a nice day, 3 tackles and a sack, 2 for a loss. And Keyshawn Haley, 3 tackles leading the way for the Rams. That's your first half stats, brought to you by Dobson and Associates, PLLC, providing all your back office needs, including accounting, payroll, and human resources. They want to be your back office. Call 304-264-0437 or stop by 217 West Burke Street in Martinsburg. So, Travis, we got the third quarter here coming up, and it will be Ram football to begin the second half. So a chance for the Rams to kind of add on to that lead, and whatever momentum Shippensburg might have got there before the half, kind of silence that.
Absolutely, and all Shepherd has to do is just go out with a nice, methodical approach. They don't have to force it, because giving them an opportunity, giving Shippensburg an opportunity for a turnover will certainly try to spark things. And a game that you've been in control of basically from start to finish, you don't want to give them any type of momentum and try to turn this thing into a dogfight. Right now you are in control, so that's all you have to do is just maintain control, nice methodical approach, don't force things. You know that you have the matchups. That's something that Shepherd has been able to do this week, is get that matchup that they like, whether it be a running back on a linebacker or a wide receiver on a particular defensive back, and they've been able to take advantage. So all you have to do, rinse and repeat. You had a good first half. Let's go out there and try to match it with a good second half.
So I have the kickoff here for you. Back deep for the Rams, Brown. And a new guy back there for Shepherd appears to be number 20, Zach Cole. And Cole will return it. Cole across the 20 before being tripped up. That's your second half kickoff for the Rams. Second half kickoff brought to you by Bears Repair, located at 904 Winchester Avenue in Martinsburg. For all your automotive repair needs, call the certified mechanics at Bears Repair at 304-262-0208.
Javon Cruz in on that special team stop. One of the few times that we didn't call Feeney's name on a special teams play.
He's been their guy on special teams so far. We have a whistle coming in here to begin the second half. Rams offense back on the field, 35-14 our score. Shepherd on top. And the officials straighten things out. And we'll reset.
I'll say Wetzel on the field, Schwartz in the backfield. So the Rams giving you a run look, a very tough look to defend, because you have a running back in the game, you have a tight end in the game, but you also have 3 very good wide receivers on the field. So it's really you're in a situation where you have to pick your poison. Am I going to play the run and try to deny them that, or am I just going to try to hang back, stay disciplined, try to keep these speedy wide receivers in front of me?
Beautiful day here in Shepherdstown. Bajan in the gun. They'll give it to Schwartz. Schwartz finds a nice hole out to about the 29-yard line on the first down run.
It's a good patient run. Just putting his foot in the ground, getting vertical, running behind his big right guard on the play. That's Mateo Arroyo, the 6'3", 280-pound grad student, leading the way.
4-yard pickup, be 2nd and 6 for Bajan in the offense. Beach goes in motion. He'll throw it quickly, incomplete. Bajan was under pressure. Had a good matchup there. Jonathan Moss one-on-one on the outside going against Smith, but pass was forced to be thrown quickly as Bajan was under pressure.
That time left tackle Eric Ostro a little angry at himself, getting beat off the edge. One of the few times that he's given up a pressure like that on the quarterback.
So it will be 3rd down and 6 from the 28. Bajan in the gun. 2 receivers set. Bajan looking to throw. Good time, looking deep. Down the far sideline, complete inside the 40. There's Ronnie Brown again, using him as a receiver in this game into Shippensburg territory.
And again, you just get caught and you don't have the horses. Last time when Ronnie Brown called that touchdown, he was going against Hudson, the linebacker. Shippensburg tries to make an adjustment, puts Isaiah Gilmore, defensive back end on him, and the result is the same. Ronnie Brown just runs right past him. And that's the thing. You can scheme all you want. X's and O's are very important to the game, but at this level of football, if you don't have the horses to get the job done, it's just there's no scheme that's going to be able to overcome that.
Yeah, they've been effective with kind of that wheel route out of the backfield with Ronnie Brown, and there it is again. Moss, the receivers to the near side, as Bajan pulls it out from Schwartz. Kind of rolls back around, firing for Moss in the end zone. He leaps up and makes his catch for the touchdown, Shepherd. Beautiful.
And Moss lives up to his name.
Yep.
On that one. That's going up on the top shelf. Defensive back Keon Smith, he's just had a long day. Wasn't able to go up to the 10th floor and get that one with Moss. And Moss brings it down.
41-14 now, Shepherd. Like we said, this offense can go in a hurry. They do that to begin the second half after, Shippensburg maybe felt a little bit of confidence heading into halftime after a good defensive stop and a touchdown drive. Shepherd goes right back up on top. August Scriven's extra point is through. 42-14, 13:28 to go in this third quarter. This is Shepherd University Rams football on TV 10.
Welcome to La Bella Vita, named for my Grandma Vita. Our mountaintop getaway honors her legacy while complementing the home's spectacular views. This recently renovated property boasts a breathtaking landscape of Deep Creek Lake while providing great open interior spaces for a sensational vacation. You'll immediately notice the great room allows for entertaining, dining, and relaxing after long days on the lake or skiing on the slopes of Wisp. Your family and friends will enjoy relaxing in all the open spaces. The home features 6 bedrooms, including 4 that are private suites. And each of the 4 levels of this home feature amazing visibility as far as the eye can see. Like our family, we hope you enjoy making memories here on the mountain. We love sharing the spacious, warm, and inviting home that overlooks the lake. Cheers to the beautiful life, La Bella Vita.
Leading Shippensburg here, one of the bigger rivalries for this team for Shepherd, as these teams have been going at it since the 1920s, and usually a pretty close game. It was a close victory for the Rams last time these two teams met back in 2019, as that ball rolls into the end zone, 42-14. And wow, Shippensburg certainly has the history and it has had a good program over the years. I'm starting to wonder maybe if Kutztown becomes that rivalry, because the Golden Bears have won back-to-back against the Rams here at Rams Stadium, so maybe that one will become kind of that PSAC rival. Shepherd obviously pretty new to the PSAC, so haven't really developed a whole lot of rivalries, but I think Kutztown could definitely grow as one.
And Kutztown's one of the teams that can recruit on a level where they can compete with a Shepherd year in and year out. And you can tell that this Shippensburg team, they just don't have the talent or the depth to go toe-to-toe with this Rams team.
Messina flips it to Dorsey. Great job by Kyle Smith to stay with the flip and wrap up Dorsey for no gain.
He's able to show the athleticism. It's not too many defensive ends that can play that inside run action and then able to put his foot in the ground and also get out wide. So he was able to wrap up the running back, and Duckworth was able to come in and clean up the mess.
Second down and 11. They'll say he lost a yard on the play. Messina under pressure. Kyle Smith is in there again with the sack. Chris Lane cleans it up as well. And the Rams now with their 5th sack on Bryson Messina. You feel bad for him at this point. I mean, he has been under pressure all game.
As soon as he gets the ball, like he's ducking for cover. And I don't blame him, because as soon as the ball gets there are like 3 Ram defenders. They're waiting for him to catch the ball before they take him down. Smith is just he's just trouble off the edge. He is just a disruptive force coming in off the edge.
5-yard loss on the play, making it 3rd down and 16. Morrell goes in motion. Messina under pressure again. Luckily for him, the whistle was blown. 64, the offensive lineman just getting ran over for Shippensburg. That's Shane McGarry. Another thing, too, I mean, we talk a lot about most matchups, too. For the Rams, they're kind of the smaller team. This Shippensburg team isn't huge up front. And I think Shepherd probably has the size advantage in this game, which you don't see that, or we haven't seen that so far this season. A lot of the teams they've played have been bigger.
And you've been able to see how that plays out over the course of a game as the defenders get worn down a little bit, but that has not been the case today. And the game situation has kind of played into favor of the Rams, where they're able to play with a lead.
3rd and 21. Messina just flips it out to Evans here on this near side. He gets back to the original line of scrimmage. Shippensburg wants a late headed out of bounds, but I think momentum might have carried him. Pena making the tackle.
It wasn't a big hit. I think if he would hit him a little bit more upstairs, they may have called that play, but it was he was extended. Like you said, the momentum was carrying him out of bounds, and he was down on his legs. It wasn't really a big hit on the sideline. So, again, these PSAC officials, they're hanging back and just letting the game take care of itself.
4th and 10 after that one. Bringing it back. Here's the punt. High kick.
Man, oh, man.
Shank is a good punter. He doesn't shank one. Gontarek fields it inside the 20. Gontarek making a move. Gontarek still on his feet. Gontarek down the far sideline. Across the 30. Flag comes in. Gontarek across the 45 and then finally out of bounds. We kind of saw that last week. I think it was the Rams had a nice return, and it got negated. Anytime you kind of see a guy kind of break some tackles, usually there's a block in the back somewhere. We have a flag on this play.
And it's just something, it's something you don't want to get on your special teams players, because they're just going out there trying to do whatever they can to make a play for a teammate. And that's something that you want to encourage week in and week out, but sometimes it can go a little bit overboard. But a lot of times when you see just like kind of a scrum of players in the middle of a special teams play, chances are there's going to be a flag. A lot of bodies flying around in a confined area. But still, you can see the guy's back. Don't hit him. Just let him go. Gontarek's fast. He can fend for himself. Yeah. Go downfield, find somebody where you can hit him in the front.
Yeah, and he's made some nice plays.
Yeah.
And he's able to avoid defenders. We've already kind of seen that even when Shippensburg's had good coverage on punts. So this will back the Rams up. Luckily for them, they are up 42-14. And Tyson Bagent has been very efficient in this ball game, working the ball down the field. In that first half, the Rams punted the ball just twice. And Barrick's been good on the punts, too. 52.5 yards per a punt.
Quick toss out to E.J. Morgan. picking up about 9 yards on the play. Just throws it out, just a 9-yard frozen rope out to E.J. Morgan. And it's just been a long day for Keon Smith, cornerback for Shippensburg, the redshirt freshman. Just baptism of fire today going against this Rams high-powered passing offense.
2nd down and 3 from the 17. Bajent hands it off. Big hole. There goes Schwartz up the middle. Schwartz is going to outrun the man and take it all the way to the end zone. Touchdown, Shepherd. The hole just even opened up. A guy had a chance to get Schwartz at around the 15-yard line, but Chance was able to shed him off and keep going for the touchdown, and a Shippensburg player is down.
Devin Smith was the last man that had a shot to bring down Schwartz. Did a hard swipe at the legs, may have landed. Kind of funny, a lot of times when guys go for that kind of tackle, maybe something where he knocked the wind out of himself or even possibly hurt a shoulder. Actually, they're out there examining his knee on that play, but Chance Schwartz looked like he was running out of gas a little bit there. Then he was leaning all the way back before he got into the end zone.
It's a big back. Smith has played well as for Shippensburg, and it might have also been that he could have cramped, which is what you hope here in this situation. Or maybe rolled an ankle too, kind of coming down awkwardly. He is limping. So
there's no good approach when you're trying to tackle somebody from behind. Like, there really is no good approach. He did the swipe at the legs, and sometimes guys can land awkwardly, or it might have been something where he's just banged his knee hard on the turf.
Yeah, that certainly happens a lot on turf. You know, if it's a little bit rougher surface than grass, so that is kind of the one negative about it. While it's easier to maintain, it does cause more injuries typically. As August Scriven's extra point is good. 49-14 our score. 10:21 to go in this third quarter. This is Shepherd University Rams football on TV 10.
Berkeley Medical Center is the first hospital in West Virginia to acquire Surgical Theater's 360-degree XR visualization platform for neurological surgery. Surgical Theater provides a new way to take an immersive look inside the brain and spine that can be used for patient engagement, preoperative planning, and intraoperative visualization. Dr. Jonathan Sherman with the WVU Rockefeller Neuroscience Institute is the first neurosurgeon in West Virginia to offer this revolutionary platform. WVU Medicine, the future of surgery is here.
Ever try to collect on an insurance claim? Perhaps a homeowner's claim, auto accident, or fire. Insurance companies collect money from you for protection should something bad happen. And when it does, they don't want to pay, or they offer too little. At Mansion Ferretti, we have an attorney who worked defending insurance companies and knows all the dirty tricks they play to deny or lowball your claim. Call us today for help in getting what you really deserve. Mansion Ferretti, when you need justice.
Continuing the Rams beatdown of the Raiders here at Rams Stadium. 10:21 to go in this third quarter. August Scriven will kick off. Low kick. Fielded at about the 10-yard line. And get out to around the 30. Flag comes flying in late.
Looks like it may have been maybe a face mask on the play, but Shippensburg has had good returns today. Like, they've been setting up in good field position.
There is one positive you can take away from this game if you're Shippensburg, your return game. Dante Witcher, the player, down after that kick return.
Well, he got rolled up on in the pile. He's grabbing at his ankle.
Nick Versley, Travis Smith here on the call. Spencer Dupuis, our on-site producer. Matt Miller on the main camera, and then Donald Kinney and Harry Brown, our other two cameramen. Kyle McLaughlin back in the studio. Thanks to all those guys for helping us out with this broadcast. So Shippensburg back on the field. It's been a tough day for Bryson Musina and the offense. They'll get some extra help after the face mask. Good field position here at the 45-yard line, but Musina's been under pressure pretty much all afternoon, and the offense not having a whole lot of success in this ballgame. A good field position here, 49-14 the score. Musina in the gun. Williams the back. Under pressure again. And the intended receiver, Jawan Addison, though, just planting Messina into the ground.
Man, oh, man.
Addison, part of that D-line. I'll have to talk to some of those guys this week because they have been eating alive Shepherd. Kyle Smith, Jawan Addison, Ricky Robinson, Holloway. Messina has been just crushed. He's under pressure again here, but gets it out quickly. Bantlet wide open underneath. And Ballinet getting inside Shepherd territory, inside the 30-yard line.
Antonio Fox able to bump him out of bounds. One of the few times that A, Messina's had time to throw, and B, Ballant able to find an empty space and get some type of run after the catch.
Down to the 30-something yard line, 34-yard line, 33. Bagent in the shotgun. Under pressure, throwing far side off the back of the DB, and then nearly caught.
So that was a matchup that showed itself early on in the game. They didn't go to it, but this time they got Chikosi Aniakwa matched up on the young freshman Sheehan. And Messina tried to make it a 50-50 ball and just plunked Aniakwa in the back of the helmet. Sheehan still almost had a chance to make a play on the ball.
Ball marked at the 28-yard line.
I'd say you come right back to it. You come right back to it. You haven't had much else working for you today. That's the matchup that you want. The safety is over by the hash mark, so you got a shot to get it.
Messina just is at the line. Takes the snap. Looks that way initially. Kyle Smith in the backfield, and he'll throw underneath, incomplete. Wanted Bill Williams, Chris Lane in coverage, and it falls incomplete. Bring it to 3rd down and 10.
I mean, you had that same matchup on the backside with Aniakwa going against Sheehan. Ponce de Leon moving over to the middle of the field. He was inside the hash mark, so, I mean, they were basically holding up a sign saying, go for that fade down the left sideline, and Messina chose to roll out to his right.
9:28 to go in this third quarter. 49-14, Shepherd on top, 3rd down and 10. Messina under pressure, fires to the far side, trying to make the back shoulder catch, but it falls incomplete. Good coverage there on the play. Sheehan, the intended receiver. 4th down, 4th and 10. Shippensburg trying to take advantage of the good field position and get some points. They're going to go for it here. Had a 49-yard field goal attempt earlier in the game. Missed just wide to the left. Here from the 28, it would be about a 45-yarder, so they're going to go for it here. On 4th and 10. Sun comes out. Messina looking to throw. Messina incomplete. Wanted.
Try to go to Ballant that time. Ponce de Leon in on the coverage. De Leon's just such a versatile defender to have on the back and such a luxury to have. He can match up with wide receivers in the slot. He's physical enough to play against very good tight ends. He can come up on the run. He can make tackles for losses. Just one of the very rare guys that you're going to find at that safety position that's equally well against the run, against the pass, and the slot, zone. Just an all-around excellent defender.
Yep, he can come off the edge and even blitz at times. I mean, that guy, him and Fox really are pretty similar players in terms of all the stuff they're able to do as defensive backs in that back end of the secondary for the Rams. And it's a talented defense. Shepherd does give up a lot of points a lot of times, but you know, today and against the IUP, we've seen the talent that is there for Shepherd, even at times against Ohio Dominican, as they'll run Ronnie Brown. Brown has a big hole. Brown across the 40. Spin move at the 50. He gets out of bounds. Thought for a second we were going to have big touchdown runs on back-to-back drives from the Rams. It's a big run, but not a touchdown, as Shepherd moving into Shippensburg territory as the clock approaches 9 minutes to go.
And that's something that we talked about at halftime. Shepherd having an opportunity with the game situation being the way that it is. Let's focus on something. Let's get something cleaned up. Let's get our running game on track. Chansport's able to get a big run. That time, Ronnie Brown able to get a big run. But more importantly, lining up in a heavy run formation. Tight end in the game, fullback in the game. A power off that right side, and Ronnie Brown was able to make something happen.
1st and 10 from the 46. Here's a little bit of trickery. Gontarek flips it back to Bajan. He'll throw near side, incomplete for Ronnie Brown.
He didn't see him, and Ronnie Brown has a right to be mad because he was completely forgotten about on that play. Not too often that Bajan misses an open target, but Ronnie Brown, he was wide open on that play. A little trickeration that time by the Rams. Nice. Not too often.
I don't even know how to describe that one. I mean, you had
a toss play out to Ronnie Brown, then they do the reverse. Brown continues on that wheel route. I don't think you need to do anything fancy. They've been hitting that wheel route just plain Jane out of the backfield. You don't have to get fancy with it.
Might as well try it, though. Bajan hands it off to Brown. He'll find a little bit of a hole up the far side. Good in there on the tackle.
But what you do, I mean, you put it on tape, and another team's going to watch, and that's just one more thing that they have to prepare for when they match up against you. And right now, the Rams give you plenty to watch out for when you're going against that high-powered offense.
Yeah, and it's a chance, too, I think, to get a look at that in a game. Haven't ran it yet, so.
Well, you work on it in practice, why not run it in the game?
And then maybe if you get in a situation where you're not really getting anything going offensively, you pull that play out and they're not expecting it, could work out for you. Bajan under pressure. Ooh. Gets hit as he throws. Gontarek trying to leap up and make the catch. But a good job by the Shippensburg defense. Smith in coverage. And Bajan also got pressured.
Chisholm Ifiani coming in, delivering the big hit, the 6'4", 230-pound redshirt freshman. So, he's still got some room to grow. One of the rare times that they get a clean shot on Bajan. He does such a good job. We talk about how they're able to protect him up front, but Bajan's decision-making and his quick release also lends itself to helping that protection. You're getting the ball out quickly. Those defenders aren't going to have a chance to get a hand on you.
Bajan and the offense will go for it here on 4th down and 6, and it will be the pooch punt from Bajan. Bounces at the 17, and we'll roll inside the 10. So good execution. Take a 30-second break. 49-14 Shepherd on top. 7:39 to go in this third quarter. This is Rams football on TV 10.
I picked Shepherd University because I'm not just a number.
One of the things that surprised me is how friendly everyone is.
I like being able to walk down the street and have the professors recognize me by name.
I'm constantly learning.
But it also has taught me so much about myself and about what I want to do with my future.
The location at Shepherd is amazing.
Cities like Washington, D.C., Baltimore are only about an hour and a half away.
You just got to see it. Once you see it, it just takes your heart.
Welcome back to Rams Stadium. 49-14, the Rams on top. Big hole for Shippensburg, getting it out across the 15-yard line. And close to the first down marker on the run. So, clock rolling now to about 7.5 minutes to go, and they will give them the first down. So, 10-yard pickup on the run, move the ball to the 18. See some new guys out there, probably for both teams as this one goes on. Dorsey is stuffed in the backfield. The first man there is Holly. He's had a nice game besides the time he got beat deep. He's kind of filled a role for the Rams here today as kind of a nickel and safety even, and he's done a nice job.
I mean, a bigger defensive back, 6'2", 200 pounds, going up against Khalid Dorsey. The transfer coming in over from Howard, played for the Bison, 3 games back in 2019, redshirted that season.
York High grad as well. Musina under pressure. Looking over the middle. Evans, did he make the catch? He didn't. Incomplete. Never really had it. Kind of had it on his hip. And another nice hit by the Rams secondary, forcing that ball out and forcing the incompletion. Didn't think it was going to be a fumble, but he did take a couple steps with it, but kind of didn't really have control on the hip there. 6:36 now remaining in the third quarter, 49-14 Shepherd. And we have a third down at 12 from the 16. Musina with the 4 receivers set. Dorsey the back to his left. Musina rolling out to the right. Looking downfield, lobs it out of bounds. Wanted Morrell. Incomplete.
I don't think Morrell would have been able to catch the ball. The referee throwing his hat on the sideline, which usually indicates that the wide receiver stepped out of bounds on the play.
More so probably just throwing that one away, but you could say the intended man was Morrell. They'll punt it away here. David Shank, he's done a nice job punting. He's certainly been active.
I will say he's had a lot of opportunities to get his stroke down today.
In the first half, though, he did have 3 punts for 53 yards a punt, had a 60-yarder as well, and pinned the Rams once inside the 20. He'll punt this one. This one kind of a shorter kick as Shepherd got some pressure on him. Roll inside the 40-yard line. Players getting tangled up. Shippensburg kind of diving on the football in case that hit a Ram player, but Gontarek gets to it, and the Rams will take over.
That's one of the things when one punt, you scream at the guy, get away from the football, because it doesn't take much for the opposing team to push you into the football or pull you down. And, are you really going to leave that judgment call up to the referees on whether you were blocked into the kick or not? Just get away from if you're not the punt returner, get away from the football.
Yeah, and kind of one of those situations that we saw almost earlier where it looked like it could have hit off the punt returner's leg of Shippensburg, but
and it's tough again. They're looking into the sun, so it's even tough for the punt returners to try to figure out where the ball's coming from.
Bajent stays on the field. Short's the running back, and I think Travis, you're kind of right about what you talked about earlier. This is a chance for Shepherd to maybe find something in the ground game, and if they find what works this week, then moving forward, it certainly takes the pressure off Bajent's arm, but hey, they'll throw it. So what do I know? Greg Leonard makes the catch.
They're saying, let's not get too crazy about this.
We'll save running the ball for when it gets cold outside.
Yeah. But it's something where you need the identity of the running game to emerge. Are we going to be a team that pounds it inside, or are we going to use speed to get to the edge? And it's just something you want those offensive linemen. They get confidence. They appreciate a good running game, so you want them to get confidence. You want those running backs to get used to how they're going to block. So it's important that you try to get that running game established to let that identity emerge.
Well, here's the run. Schwartz up the middle. It seems like, at least in this game, the most effective runs for Shepherd have kind of been those RPOs, or at least the option-type look.
And that seems to be what a lot of that Shepherd run game is it has that RPO action off of it. And why not? You have talented wide receivers. You have a studded quarterback. So, why not have that built in? But sometimes you can kind of work against yourself because you have a quarterback that does want to throw the ball, and sometimes you just need to pound the rock to establish some type of rhythm.
3rd and 2. Shippensburg looking to get a stop here. They show blitz. Bajent takes the snap. Rams pick up that blitz pretty well. He'll roll out to the right, has the first down, gets tackled out of bounds. Not exactly what you want in terms of Bajent having a guy go at his ankles, but he does get the first down and gets out to midfield. 49-14, Shepherd on top, 4:50 to go as the clock rolls. 1st and 10 now from midfield.
And that sometimes, it works against Shepherd when you have that RPO built into your run plays because you have a quarterback like a Tyson Bajent. Everything's a nail to a hammer, so every pass play looks like it's a possibility for him.
There goes Ronnie Brown into the secondary. 30, 25-20, still on his feet. Cuts it back at the 10, and he'll get into the end zone. Touchdown, Shepherd. What a move by Ronnie Brown. Pulse with the cleanup block. That was pretty.
Yes. Pulse, and a smart play. Didn't want to get the block in the back. All he did was basically screen the defender off. All you really have to do is engage those guys on the outside, and your running back can do the rest. And Ronnie Brown just has an extra gear. Once he gets out into open space, you can really turn on that electrifying speed.
Is that an electrifying play of the game?
Hey, there we go. Electrifying play of the game right there. Brought to you by Orsini's Home Store. Not just an appliance store any longer. It's located on 360 Hack Wilson Way, located in Martinsburg, or you can check them out online at orsinis.com.
There's been a lot of them, 55-14, and the extra point makes it 56-14. 4:22 to go in this third quarter. Shepherd all over Shippensburg. This is Shepherd University Rams football on TV 10.
This is Eric at Hagerstown Ford. Over the last decade, the way we buy things have evolved. Now, you get on your phone, click Want It, and it shows up at your front door. At Hagerstown Ford, it is that convenient. We've changed the car buying experience on the I-81 corridor forever. And with a return policy better than Walmart, there's absolutely no reason to buy a new or used car, truck, or SUV anywhere else. Just like Amazon, Hagerstown Ford will deliver the vehicle to you, where you are, and on your time. And if you don't want it, return it. No questions asked. Why waste your time at a car dealership playing the dumb back-and-forth games? Besides, we hate it more than you do. I assure you, no dealership from Winchester, Virginia to Washington, D.C. will beat our price. No dealership from Chambersburg, Pennsylvania to Baltimore, Maryland will beat our price. And no other dealership will allow you to return it if you don't want it. Hagerstown Ford absolutely provides the best experience at the best price. Visit HagerstownFord.com to schedule your VIP experience. Click on the vehicle you want and get your new ride delivered to you at no risk. See dealer for details.
56-14 here. It's all Shepherd. It was a disappointing home opener, but game number 2 has been a good one for the Rams as Ronnie Brown scores a touchdown. Bill Williams will fill this one inside the 5-yard line. Williams across the 25 gets tripped over.
Looks like Jared Zopp was in on the tackle. Upends Williams at the 25.
So 1st and 10. Musina and the offense back on the field. It's been a rough day for Bryson Musina. Constantly under pressure, and we kind of close out this third quarter. I mean, Travis, you being a JV coach, you kind of might look into the mind of a coach. What do you try to, I guess, do here in a game like this where it's been all Shepherd?
You just want to see some clean execution down the stretch. Sometimes just the breaks aren't going to go your way, but what you want is something that you can build on going into next week. So maybe some plays that you tried early on that you thought ought to be there, maybe you come back to those now. Maybe you go back to your original game plan, but like, look, we're not going to get back into this game. Let's go ahead and go back and do the things that we really worked on trying to come into this game and see if we can get some good execution down the stretch and possibly build on something going into next week.
Do you probably wait at Messina throws complete, Morrell right at the sticks for a first down? Do you probably wait a little bit to go to that second unit too? Because obviously you have a whole season still to play, so you don't want to risk a guy like Messina or some of these other playmakers getting injured. So probably around the fourth quarter maybe.
And that's something like
when you get those guys in.
And you bring up an excellent point. I mean, it's still in the third quarter. You have a premier talent at the quarterback position, so it's like maybe you have that talking to time. Like, look, I'm going to give you one more series, see how you finish out this third quarter, then we're probably going to start working in some of the younger guys and see what's going on.
Well, penalty won't help things for Shippensburg. They don't bring it back to around the 22-yard line.
But this Rams defense, I mean, they just overwhelmed Shippensburg with their energy today. Just pressure up front, like we said, 4 first-half sacks, and they just completely dominated this game from start to finish.
And that D-line is still out there and still coming. So whether it be Kyle Smith or Holloway, both those guys on that edge. And they flip sides, too, which makes it difficult for the tackles because they probably have a certain way they want to block one guy, and then they got to switch it up when they face the other. So,
and it's hard to try to figure out your protection
right
if they're switching like that up front.
2nd and 14. Play action. Messina dumps it down in the flat, complete.
So
not
fast.
much room. Shalling on that tackle. And Xavier Juice Harris on the reception.
And that's just disheartening. You do a nice misdirection play. You're trying to use that speed on the defensive side of the ball to work against them. You try to hit them with a misdirection play, and they're just fast enough to make up for it. Like, again, you can come in, you can have the best scheme in the world, you can come in with the greatest X and O's, but at this level of football, if you don't have the horses to get the job done, there's no scheme that's going to compensate for that.
3rd and 12. Messina, good coverage. Again, there's Holly in coverage. Haley, excuse me.
So, Haley, I'm surprised maybe Shippensburg didn't maybe use some more screen passes today, since it seems like the defensive front has been able to get into the backfield with impunity. You would seem to kind of like, okay, I'm going to go with the flow. I'm going to let you in and do a screen and try to get it over the top. But those disciplined linebackers playing right behind that defensive line, maybe just kind of scared you off of that idea.
Here's Shank's punt. Conteric will field it, and just fair catch. So the Rams will have good field position. And I wonder, too, maybe as a flag comes in, not certain what happened. It looked like a Shepherd player was running toward the sideline and got flagged. Maybe he said something to an official. I don't know. But what I was saying there was maybe because they know maybe they don't have that speed to get to the outside. Even if you get the completion on the screen, they think Shepherd has that ability. So we'll see. Got
at this point,
offsetting penalties.
Yeah. And at this point in the game, that's also another concern that's going to arise, as things are going to start to get a bit chippy down the stretch, and you don't want guys jawing at each other to possibly escalate into something more, and somebody getting ejected and missing games down the season. So maybe something where you have to rally the troops on the sidelines and be like, look, we need to close this thing out clean and not try to do any more damage than what's already been done.
So 1st and 10 for the Rams, and it looks like it was just a penalty against Ship. So we'll move the ball to the 48-yard line of the Raiders. And I believe Bajan out of the game now. So they'll run it here with Chance Schwartz following his blockers and getting out of bounds.
Just a nice, patient run, running right behind his big offensive lineman, leading the way. That was Joey Fisher leading the way, and Chance Schwartz says, I'm going to stay right in your hip pocket the whole time. And that's something, as offensive lineman, you always have that concern in your head of, where's my running back? Where's my running back? So sometimes when things get jammed up, you tell your running backs, go ahead and put your hands on their shoulder pads and kind of steer them where you want them. Not only does that help you, it also helps the lineman because it reassures them because exactly where you're at. That way they don't have that urge to look behind them, and they can just keep their eyes downfield and just trying to create a path for you.
So Etchison now in at quarterback. They'll give it to Schwartz again. Nice hole.
Ooh, big hit. Hudson throwing the boom that time.
Yeah, closing quickly there.
Not too often Chance Schwartz gets brought down with just a thud. But he didn't even wrap him up. He just popped him and he went down.
3rd and 4. 2-yard pickup.
It's like there's talent on that defensive side of the ball for Shippensburg. It's just few and far between, and they've been caught in some bad matchups today.
Yeah, I really don't think Shippensburg is necessarily a bad football team, but Shepherd is just on a different level right now.
Yeah.
Etchison in the shotgun, because they're 4-0, so they've certainly beat up on some teams. As Schwartz running the ball, so it has to make you wonder, they beat up on Bloomsburg. Shepherd has Bloomsburg, I believe, on the schedule, so that might be a rough day in a few weeks.
Certainly want to start Tyson Bajan on your fantasy football team that day.
And take the over, whatever that is.
Yeah.
I don't know if they have that at the D2 level. I'm sure you can find it somewhere, though.
Yeah, somebody has that.
4th down and 4.
One of the rare times the Shepherds had to punt today.
Get Barrick a little action out there. His 3rd punt of the day.
So Hudson was trying to call for a timeout. They were shorthanded. Certainly seems to be the defensive captain, so you want to trust his judgment. So if he's calling for a timeout, he's seeing something that needs to be fixed right away. So maybe it's something where they wanted to put a block on for that play. But I'm thinking the way the referee's counting up, maybe they didn't have enough guys on the field.
Yeah, they could definitely be the case. And again, with it being a 4th and 3, you said Shepherd forced the punt, but really they don't have to punt. They're just up 56-14, so they see no reason to keep the offense on the field.
A little gratuitous if they went for it at this point. You asked me a question there earlier, like what are you looking for in a game when it's getting ugly like that? As a coach on that staff for Shippensburg, one thing that you're going to look at, who's still competing? Who's still fighting down the stretch? Because that's something that you really want to see. Okay, the brakes are going against you. How are you going to respond to that type of adversity? Because if you look on that film and you see some guys that are giving up, feeling sorry for themselves and having their head down, that might be something where you're looking down the stretch like maybe he's not the guy that we thought he was going into the season. And on the other hand, maybe you have that guy's like, man, this guy's still fighting like it's 0-0. Maybe we need to give him some more playing time in the future because that's somebody that we can rely on no matter what. So that's something like you're always being evaluated, and the coaches, you always hear it all the time, the camera doesn't blink. So they're still filming this game, so that's something you can certainly look for is like, who's going to fight for me down the stretch when things are going against us?
Free play for the Rams. Etchison laying it out there over the middle and incomplete. They got the first down anyway due to the flag, but could have had a touchdown. And it's breaking open for the Rams.
Matt
was the big tight end.
Yeah.
Bettarelli.
He was open, but those arms weren't as long as he thought when he went reaching out for the ball.
But there we see Shepherd deciding to go for it anyway, even though we thought originally they were going to punt. So Edgerton in the offense will stay on the field. This should be a first down after the 5-yard penalty, and it will.
So you got to think, like, Shepherd's like, hey, you want to call a timeout and run some type of game against us? Like if you want to go ahead and, raise the white flag, that's fine. We're more than happy to go along with it. But if you want to call a timeout and try to run some type of game against us, okay, well, I'm just going to roll my offense back out there, and we can keep playing football for 4 quarters.
And again, you never know when you might be in a situation from the Shepherd side of things where you need a guy like Etchison to run the offense, and maybe you can play some situational football on the Shepherd side of things and act like, hey, look, we're up 56-14, but what if we were down 6 and we need to go to the backup quarterback? So you can do some of those things in these situations.
So, I mean, there's still a lot of information that can be taken from a game like this.
And what's your future, too, because Bajan, a redshirt junior, certainly could decide to leave at the end of the year if he wants. We never know. So there's certain things you got to look at. Ronnie Brown shedding off tacklers but losing yardage. Smith making the tackle.
It's just never a dull play when Ronnie Brown gets his hands on the football. It's just something about him. He just has that type of energy about him.
Yeah, he might lose all the yards he got on that big run earlier. He keeps going the wrong way. You'll see him at the end of the game. We'll get the stats. You'll have the net yards, which will tell you how many he actually gained, but how many he went forward for and all that, which I always find interesting about how you get the college stats. But as we head to the fourth quarter, 56-14 our score. Shepherd on top, rolling away with this one on Hall of Fame weekend. This is Rams football on TV 10. We're back in 60 seconds.
Erie Insurance says here's to the grown-ups who move, mortgage, mow, and still bust a move. But does your home insurance still fit? Erie helps you protect the home you've grown into, all at fair prices that are often less than the other guys. So how do you find the right coverage? Magic. Nope. Local independent agents who get to know you like this.
Your local Erie agent in Martinsburg is Smallwood & Small Insurance. Get a quote at smallwoodandsmall.com.
Erie Insurance.
The Palace Lounge in Martinsburg has a brand new list of daily specials. Monday, stop on in for burger night or enjoy a nice juicy steak every Tuesday and Wednesday. The Palace Lounge also offers freshly steamed shrimp Thursdays and chef specials every Friday and Saturday. Sunday is all-day breakfast and there are drink specials daily too. So come enjoy the Palace Lounge. You can find them on Facebook or call 304-267-7520. The Palace Lounge is located at 1350 Edwin Miller Boulevard.
Stadium. It's been all Shepherd, 56-14. As this fourth quarter gets ready to get started, Nick Verzolini, Travis Smith here bringing you the action from Shepherdstown, West Virginia. Shippensburg has had a rough outing here today. Our rest of our crew, Spencer Dupuis, our executive producer, Matt Miller, Donald Kinney, and Harry Brown, our cameraman, and then back in the studio, Colin McLaughlin. You'll hear from Colin in the Extra Point postgame show. He'll give you all the scores from around the country. Well, not every score, but at least all the top 25 in Division I. And, the relevant teams around here. And, of course, some PSAC scores, I'm sure, as well. On this college football Saturday, the Rams, we won't have their game next week as they'll travel to Lock Haven. But we will have football for you on Saturday as Martinsburg has a matchup in Ohio. So looking forward to that one. Spencer Dupuis and I will have the call. Travis, you get the week off.
And I will enjoy it thoroughly.
You get your bye week. You're at about the midpoint of the season. As basketball's incomplete.
Well, a chance to regroup, clean some things up.
Watch some film.
There you go. Watch some film. Heal up some injuries. Be ready and raring to go for the second half of the season.
Yep. And that game will be a Millersville game following the Lock Haven contest. We'll still keep you up to date throughout the week on the sports mix. Maybe we'll try to get Coach McCook to join us on there. But here we are. Etchison looking to throw.
And
it's incomplete.
Not sure who he was targeting on that one. Keon Smith at this point is just saying, stop throwing the ball to my side.
He's had some success. Spencer telling me Monday. Monday's coming up, I know that. I guess he's saying Coach McCook will either come out here or we'll call him. We'll figure it out. Maybe he's already got it set up. He's the sports mix guy in terms of he gets the guests figured out. I just talk and run the TV side of things. Flag coming in. This thing has got a little ugly in terms of momentum in the game. As this fourth quarter, it feels like it's been 3 hours just sitting here on this.
Remember, that first quarter was like
4-yard line.
The first quarter took forever.
Well, I mean, just to start the fourth quarter, it's been 9 seconds of game action, and we got all these stoppages. What's going on? Coach McCook's on the sideline, yelling at somebody. Not really yelling, having a discussion with the officials. Well, they're going to move the ball back. So it's something on Shepherd. Didn't see the call there. Was that too many men on the field?
Intentional grounding.
All right, they had two calls on the play. One was declined, one the intentional grounding going against the Rams. So after all that, we'll have a punt. Fourth and 33. And we'll punt. From the 49, 56-14. Morrell standing inside his own 15-yard line. Head official getting his flag back. These guys are in no hurry to continue this drive. All right, here we go. High snap on the punt. Morrell fair catching around the 10-yard line. And Shippensburg's back on the field. We'll see if Bryson Musina will run back out there.
And he is. He's a gamer.
I mean, at this point, too, I think, like we said, you'd like to get one more good drive heading into next week so you can say, hey, this is what we did well on this drive, but also Shepherd's probably going to bring out most of the second-string defense. You can already tell D-line is pretty much all second-stringers. Some of the linebackers are still the same. Some of the secondary guys are kind of rotational players. Messina giving to the back and no room. That was Bill Williams on the carry.
And one thing I've noticed about the Shippensburg offensive line, and looking at their center in particular, Josh Zacher, snaps the ball with two hands.
That's interesting.
That's usually not a good indication if your center is snapping the ball with two hands. I mean, it's tough enough to snap the ball with one hand and get to your block, but usually you're working at a pretty big disadvantage.
I don't think I've ever seen that. That's weird.
You see that like with younger guys that have smaller hands using two-hand snaps.
Right.
Usually football at this level, you rarely see guys snapping the ball with two hands. So that's
Sheehan making the catch.
It's not a good indicator when I see somebody snap one two hands. Usually from the sidelines, I see somebody snap with two hands. I'm putting a nose right over top of him because he's shaky.
I mean, maybe they've had injuries at the position and had to go to some different guys, because I can't imagine that you would be able to be a Division II college football player and that be your main technique.
Yeah.
I mean, that seems like he's overcame some challenges there. Messina looking to run. Dives across the 30-yard line. Because as, somebody that played center, obviously, you already are kind of at a disadvantage having to snap and then block. But then not having a ready hand as well makes it tough, too. At least with the snap, it's almost the same as being down in a regular stance. I did not even notice that, so that's a good point. Now I got my eye on it. It's the only thing I can think about is that it's snapping the ball with two hands.
Now you can't look away.
Messina in the shotgun here. First down 10 from the 33. He'll roll out, look to throw, and fire incomplete. We talked about, too, this a little bit in pregame, how difficult it is for guys, well, pre-pregame, I guess we'll say, when we were just talking, to roll to their opposite arm hand and throw the football. Messina has been a guy that's been able to do that successfully. Did that on the touchdown. There they get him rolling out.
Certainly tell that he's not as comfortable.
No.
Because, you have to, twist your body in such a way and flip your hips around. That's why the few guys that you can see have success at that, regularly, like your elite quarterbacks, like your Aaron Rodgers or Russell Wilsons. But those guys are operating on a different level already, so it doesn't matter what they're doing.
Right, that's why they play on Sunday. Bill Williams gets the football. They'll get across the 35, 36-yard line before being tripped up. 56-14, Shepherd on top. The clock rolling now under 12 and a half minutes. Bill Williams in the backfield. But, yeah, for the most part, Shippensburg with the same starters that they started the game with. Ballant going out to the far side. Messina with time to throw, but we'll pull it down, tuck it down, and run. Got to be careful holding that football.
Good open field tackle that time by Kevin Kauser.
Kauser got a little bit of time in that Gannon game, made a few tackles as well. So first down 10 for the Raiders from the 44, excuse me. To roll under 12 minutes ago. Messina and the offense getting a little bit of a drive together. Low snap again. Messina stepping up, running again, and having success with that out to midfield.
It's a little easier to run in between the hashes when you don't have Duckworth and Lane out there flying around and smacking people. So take that running success with a little bit of a grain of salt. But like we mentioned, you're looking for something positive that you can build on going forward. So maybe you're having struggles on the O-line, so don't try to fight against the grain. Maybe some more screen passes, maybe a quarterback draw, something where they're not having to maintain ground, where they can just kind of run people up the field and give your quarterback a running lane.
One thing, too, as they'll hand it off here, well, fake it. Messina's got room down the far sideline. Messina inside the 30 before being knocked out of bounds. What I was going to say is it didn't really look like designed runs. There is a designed run working to success, and you wonder, too, they didn't do a whole lot of that in the first half. They didn't get Messina involved in the running game, and he certainly is a guy. I mean, we talked about him rolling to his left side and making throws. You get him out in space, and he can do some things. And
They tried rolling out early on, but it's easier now. You have those second-team guys in. You don't have Halloway and Smith crashing in off the edge because they do such a good job of maintaining contain.
Messina dumps it down, complete inside the 15-yard line. Caught by .47. I thought it was a 17. I was like, I don't have a 17. But Xavier Roman on the reception. 10 minutes to go. 56-14, Shepherd leading, but Shippensburg driving here on the 15-yard line. Messina looking underneath, complete again to Roman. Roman inside the 10, inside the 5 before being brought down. It'll be first and goal.
You can see that Shepherd defense dialing it back, not only working in some of the reserves, but keeping things pretty vanilla. No type of exotic coverages or blitzes or anything like that. Just keeping everything working out of base. One, Shepherd coaches, they want to evaluate their young guys as well. They want to see how they compete down the stretch. See if they're playing with hunger or a sense of urgency here late in the game with pretty much the outcome has been determined. You want to see how they compete as well. So it's still a lot to be taken from a game that's kind of out of hand at this point.
So we got a timeout. We'll take a 60-second break. 56-14, Shepherd on top. This is Rams football on TV 10.
There's nothing like spending a week at the lake. In my experience, La Bella Vita at Deep Creek Lake is the perfect getaway. Owned by Martinsburg residents, it's only 2 hours away. Whether it's lounging on the spacious deck with amazing views or relaxing in the hot tub, it just doesn't get better than La Bella Vita. With plenty of space for family and friends, this 5-bedroom, 5.5-bathroom home is the perfect luxury mountaintop retreat. Inside, you'll find an extremely well-furnished home that features 2 master bedrooms, an 85-inch TV for everybody, and a fully accessible kitchen and dining area, with everything your entire family will need. Our family enjoyed roasting s'mores at the fire pit in the evenings, and by day, exploring much of the 3,900 acres that makes up Deep Creek Lake. The community has several excellent restaurants and lots of family-friendly activities, and they're all just a short distance away. For more information, visit the Facebook page or contact Tailor-Made Deep Creek Vacations and Sales at 301-750-2182.
Top 9:35 to go in this fourth quarter. Messina in the shotgun. Williams the back. They'll give it to Williams. Slides forward. Corey Shell and big number 79 getting into it, and they're going to flag the tackle for Shippensburg, I believe, because that was just an excessive hit after the whistle, really not necessary. That is Nate Armacost, 6'3", 295-pounder out of Franklin High School in Baltimore, Maryland, a Clarion transfer.
And again, things are just going to get chippy with 9:23 left in a lopsided contest, but you don't want anything foolish that's going to cost guys games, and you certainly don't want to back yourself up when you have a chance to score. This has been one of the few bright spots that this Shippensburg team has enjoyed today, and you want to be able to punch it in and have something to build on, but like, okay, we were able to put together a good drive and punch it in, and kind of getting a more of a frustration foul down there near the goal line certainly doesn't help you towards that end.
No, definitely not. And there's no real reason to do that as it moves back to the 16. Both guys got tangled up. You know, there might have been some smack talk as well, but hey, yeah, just move on next play. Messina throws incomplete, pressured on the play. Again, so it'll be third down, Third and goal from the 16 after the penalty. I mean, that takes away potentially, I think it would have been at like the 2-yard line. So you would have had, one more play from the 2, or at least one more, maybe even 2 more if you go for it on fourth down. Now you're backed up on your own 16. Depending on what you do on this play, you might be your last chance to get back in the end zone. Messina looking toward the end zone for Roman. Touchdown, Shippensburg. Flag coming in.
Yeah, that's an and one. That was defensive pass interference. McDade didn't get his head around.
Good ball, too.
Yeah, he initiated contact, and good ball. A way to concentrate. Xavier Roman, 6 foot, 195-pound redshirt sophomore from Lancaster, PA. Once went to a concert in Lancaster, PA.
There you go. Is it the Amish concert?
That was the Wu-Tang Clan. They put on quite an exceptional show.
56-20. 9 minutes to go in this one. And the extra point, no good.
One of those kind of days.
9 minutes to go, 56-20 our score. We're back at 60.
The right attorney can make all the difference in the outcome of your case.
I called Sutton and Janelle, the best lawyers you could ask for.
Sutton and Janelle Attorneys at Law. 70 years of collective legal experience. Family law, criminal defense, DUI, personal injury, and mediation.
Sutton and Janelle got the most favorable outcome I could have expected.
Visit Sutton and Janelle's new historic location, 224 West King Street in Martinsburg. Online at suttonandjanelle.com. Sutton and Janelle Attorneys at Law. They value your rights and are passionate about your success.
With 4 new car dealerships and 4 used car dealerships in 3 states, Parsons is the largest used car and fastest growing new car dealer in the tri-state area. Take Parsons Ford with huge savings on hundreds of new Fords, financing from 0%, Parsons' goal of financing for all, and Parsons' famous above-market trade-in allowances that help make Parsons #1 for used cars too. See why so many won't buy anywhere but Parsons Ford in Martinsburg. We became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons.
Beating up on Shippensburg. 9 minutes to go. A historic rivalry between these two schools. They are the longest tenured opponent that Shepherd has faced in the PSAC. Dating back to the 1920s was their first ever meeting. These two schools certainly have the history. A lot of the games have been close, but not today. It's been all Shepherd in this one. 56-20, 9 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. Nick Verzolini, Travis Smith. Ball goes in the end zone for a touchback. So Shepherd back on the field, and it will be Etchison, the quarterback, the backup quarterback. He's done a nice job when he's gotten his opportunities this year. Behind Tyson Bage, Christian Etchison, a sophomore, 6'4", 210-pounder. Ball on the 25-yard line after the touchback. So now you get a look at some young guys offensively. Shippensburg keeping a lot of its defensive starters, too, on the field. So you can kind of see how these guys compare against other starters, which is a good opportunity for Shepherd here with 9 minutes to go. Ronnie Brown, the back. First down and 10 from the 25. They'll run Brown to the left side. Brown has another big hole. Brown into the secondary. Across midfield, got a big block. 40, 30, still on his feet. Finally dragged down inside the 15-yard line. There was a huge block, Travis, around midfield that allowed that run to keep going. Keon Smith definitely got collided with somebody on Shepherd. It was a big hit.
Looked like it was E.J. Morgan downfield supplying the big block to spring Ronnie Brown on that play. And Brown doesn't need much. Put the ball in his hand. Something's
already a big run.
Yeah, something's bound to happen. But again, this Shepherd team really focusing on that ground game in the second half, and it's been paying some dividends. I'm just curious to see how this is going to roll over in the weeks to come, them being able to have this type of success on the ground.
New back in there for Shepherd as they'll run it up the middle, and that run is stuffed. And you mentioned Morgan making the block, and to see that from a wide receiver is kind of rare. So,
but usually when you have longer runs, it's usually because the wide receivers are doing their job out on the edge.
And that could be kind of a role for Morgan, especially if he's a better blocker than maybe some of the other guys they have. If he puts in that effort, that could be a way for him to get on the field, because anything will help this Ram rushing attack succeed. A.J. Apple now the running back for Shepherd. And we have a stoppage of play.
I'm surprised we haven't seen Avon Holly yet at running back. He's come in similar situations earlier in the season, was able to get some runs. Had a big game up at Gannon.
Yeah, he ran the ball hard in that game. Hasn't gotten an opportunity since, I don't believe, to run the football as we come up on 7:39 in this fourth quarter. 56-20 our score, Travis, and this one just winding down, and Rams looking to get the second unit a touchdown here.
And it's nothing where Shepherd is trying to run up the score. It's
right.
They've pretty much taken the air out of the ball, and they're trying to run it and keep the clock going, but you can't tell your guys not to score. They're blocking well up front. The running backs are running hard, and that's an aspect of your game that you want to improve on. So, I mean, you have to not so much keep the pedal to the metal, but you still want them executing down the stretch.
Apple, they'll fake it to him. Etchinson on the QB keeper doesn't find much room. Another thing, too, I mean, you got to remember, for anybody that may be watching and being like, hey, why is Shepherd running up the score? Well,
so
they're not. And
so it'll be interesting if Etchinson has to come out of the game. His helmet was pulled off, so usually the rule is you have to come off the field for at least one play. Now, unless the Shepherd's going to burn the timeout.
That's what they'll do to avoid that.
And McCook is giving the referees an earful. I'll tell you what, he's certainly not taking off the fourth quarter. He's been riding the fur off the referees here in the second half.
But the point I was going to make was, I mean, all these guys practice every day. They all earn their scholarships. So for them to not go out there and play hard would be disappointing.
Absolutely. That's their chance to shine.
So it's the same thing at all levels of football, and even at the professional level, they're trying to prove something. So there is no running up the score. (56-20), 7:26 to go in this fourth quarter. Third down here. 3rd and 12 from the 13. Etchinson will stay on the field. Now the timeout. Just lost the ball. Incomplete.
Referee's a little bit late on the whistle.
Well, they're like, is that a fumble? Or
Etchinson trying to show his three-finger change
arm
up
going forward, right, yeah. Nasty pitch. You expect that from Messina, right?
Yeah, maybe he's trying to show him something. Etchinson right now, like maybe his hand got dinged up a little bit on the previous play.
Yeah,
he's looking
that could
down.
be it too. But obviously that's an incomplete pass, ball going forward, or arm going forward, I should say. So Hayden August Scriven with a rare field goal attempt. I say rare because, well, Shepherd usually gets into the end zone on most of its drives. The kick is good. So 59-20. 7:16 to go in this one. We'll be back in 60 seconds.
Nothing's better for celebrating after a tough day on the gridiron than a refreshing beer from the frozen tundra of Rock's Beer Cave. Go ahead. Pour it on, big guy.
The beer was for after the game.
Sorry, Coach. Cold beer. Get your rocks cold beer.
See that Honda badge? It reveals more than the Ridgeline's maker. It's a testament to endurance and Honda ingenuity. So when the terrain ahead is full of challenges, brace yourself. The Honda Ridgeline is about to amaze you. Rise to the challenge with the rugged performance of the Honda Ridgeline.
Miller Honda, south of Winchester, home of the lifetime powertrain warranty. www.mymillerhonda.com.
Leading Shippensburg, 7:16 to go in this one. McPherson lead Travis Smith, happy to have you with us on this beautiful afternoon in Shepherdstown, West Virginia. Ball is fielded inside the 5. Could this be another Ship return? Cutting back across the far sideline and heading out of bounds. Nice return on the play by Abraham Champ.
5'10", 160-pound redshirt freshman from Silver Spring, Maryland. And that's something that they started out today's game banging on also. Yeah, special teams has been, yeah. They had to be happy with their special teams.
Really throughout the game, obviously returning that that kickoff to begin. Shepherd still might need to clean some stuff up on special teams.
They have the unusual punting formation that they line up in, where the guys have the big shift beforehand, but the punts have been nice. The field goal kicking has been nice. They did miss the extra point.
Messina remains in. They'll run it here with Bill Williams.
The last time he came off on the sidelines, he was on the headset talking to a coach, possibly a coordinator. Kyle Oredzansky. So that might have been the discussion, is do you want to stay in and finish this thing, or you want to get a backup in? And Messina not want to leave his guys out there.
59-20. They'll run with Williams again. Nice stiff arm. Williams inside the 40. Cuts it up, has the first down. Good run there by Bill Williams. And I think, too, he's gone to the sideline, talked to his coach a lot, obviously, throughout the game, but I think that shows the competitiveness of a guy like Bryson Messina. He doesn't want anybody else to get those reps, maybe, if that was the conversation. First down and 10 from the 35. If given the option, I think most guys would stay out there. As they'll run Williams again here. And he fights forward for about a yard. Second down and 9. Under 6 minutes to go. Shepherd 59, Shippensburg 20. Our score here at Rams Stadium. It looked like Shippensburg might get off to a quick start after returning the opening kickoff, but since then, Shepherd has prevailed in this ball game. A low snap, Messina play action, dumps it down in the flat, complete across the 30, inside the 25-yard line before being brought down for another Shippensburg first down.
And that was a play that, they tried to get early on in the game. A little run fake inside and have the quarterback rolling out. They hit somebody leaking out of the backfield. The only difference is the linebackers early on in the game were much faster and much smarter, so they were there basically waiting on that type of play, and it wasn't a big gain. It was usually like a 1 or 2 yard gain, and it was just very tough on that Shippensburg offense. Just the Rams defense came out to play today, and they just took over the game.
Jared Smith on that reception, the running back from Martinsburg, PA. Ball came out there, but the whistle was blown. Shell making that tackle. Moon on that carry. So, Shell, one of those guys that stayed in throughout the majority of the game and doing a nice job at the linebacker position. We see Duckworth and Lane make a lot of plays But Shell, another guy that can come in there and make some stops.
And that's one of the luxuries that you have at a program like Shepherd is even when you go to your second-team guys, you still have some guys that are able to make plays and be a leader out there.
Messina completes the near sideline, caught by Rainberry. Third down now, third and short. 59-20 Shepherd, clock rolling, under 4.5 minutes to go in this ball game. Third and about 2. Fourth quarter. The Raiders driving here with Bryson Messina and the offense. Messina fires underneath, complete. Inside the 5, ball came out again, but this time it goes out of bounds. First down and goal for the Raiders.
Cole Ballant making his first reception of the game.
Under 4 minutes. 3:57 now, 59-20. First and goal for the Raiders, trying to get into the end zone again here and get a little bit of that momentum heading into next week. And Shippensburg has had some success with their drives as of late. There, the running back just kind of slipped in the hole.
And Lek Powell coming in. Frankie Stevens coming in the game. And again, senior linebacker is like, even when you go to your reserves, you still have players out there that are the type of guys that can make plays for you.
As Moon didn't really find any room after he kind of tripped in the backfield. So it would be 4th and goal. Actually, I was reading the 4th quarter, but it will be 2nd and goal from the 4. 3 minutes to go. They'll give it to Moon. Moon dancing in the hole and getting back maybe a yard on the carry to the 3-yard line.
Just trying to pick his way through the line. Able to get a yard, but not much.
The Palace Lounge in Martinsburg has a brand new list of daily specials. Monday, stop on in for burger night or enjoy a nice juicy steak every Tuesday and Wednesday. The Palace Lounge also offers freshly steamed shrimp Thursdays and chef specials every Friday and Saturday. Sunday is all-day breakfast.
Deliver accurate passes throughout the day.
And a lot of the Shippensburg fans sticking around for this one as well. 59-26, extra point. Good, 59-27. 2:12 to go in this one. We'll take a 60-second break. We're back with more Rams football on the other side of this.
The Palace Lounge in Martinsburg has a brand new list of daily specials. Monday, stop on in for burger night or enjoy a nice juicy steak every Tuesday and Wednesday. The Palace Lounge also offers freshly steamed shrimp Thursdays and chef specials every Friday and Saturday. Sunday is all-day breakfast and there are drink specials daily too. So come enjoy the Palace Lounge. You can find them on Facebook or call 304-267-7520. The Palace Lounge is located at 1350 Edwin Miller Boulevard.
Hi, this is Lauren from Orsini's right here in Martinsburg. Grilling is not just for the boys. We are a Platinum Traeger dealer carrying the Pro Series all the way up to the Timberline Series. We have every flavor of wood pellets along with accessories, rubs, sauces. Not just Traeger, we carry Utz, Meat Church, Lanes, and Dizzy Pig. We also carry a full line of Yeti products. Orsini's has everything to complete your backyard. Visit us at 360 Hack Wilson Way or at Orsinis.com.
2:12 to go in this one. Travis Handsteam out for the Rams, expecting an onside kick from Ship. And it's kind of a short kick, fair caught by Beach and around the 32-yard line. So Shepherd will look to kind of just close this thing out, get the final 2 minutes off this clock, and come away with this victory. Anything you've seen from maybe some of these second-string guys that you would be happy with if you were evaluating for Shepherd or for Shippensburg?
Just the linebackers. I mean, when you're able to have linebackers like Stevens and Shell still out there flying around, making plays, not too often as you can find that type of veteran leadership in your second group. So you can feel that you can go pretty deep with your linebackers, although you are very happy with what you're getting out of Duckworth and Lane, obviously, but it's still nice to know that you can rotate those linebackers in. Plus, there's still a lot of talent on that back end. We saw McDade still in the game. Chikoziane Aqua able to come in over there on the corner. So, I mean, even though you still have talent and depth and experience with your second unit. So that's just something where you can just you show how the type of recruiting that Shepherd is able to do when you're able to have that type of luxury on your roster, when you're able to have that type of talent, depth, and experience on the back end.
3-yard run on the play. And I think another thing, too, to note, as we get later into the season, guys are going to get banged up. You're going to have some injuries. So if you're able to see, that second unit still provide you some good things, whether it be at linebacker or any position, as they'll run it up the middle here with A.J. Apple. Apple kind of becoming that backup running back, getting some carries here late in this ball game. Will be 3rd down and about 2.
You can certainly see the style of running back that Shepherd likes to recruit. Most of the running backs around that 5'10", 190-pound mark. So if you're a parent out there looking to get your child recruited to the next level, that's something that you should look at, is look at a college's size profile. So if your son plays a certain position, look at a potential school, look at that position and see how your son matches up as far as height and weight, because that's what a lot of these college coaches do. They want to recruit a certain size profile per that position.
Apple, I think his forward progress will give him the first down, and it will, as we have the final 30 seconds. And after they get him set, they'll roll the clock. I don't believe Shepherd will have to run about one more play, and then can kneel this one down and give the Rams their 4th win of the season and give Shippensburg its first loss of the season. Hutchinson takes the snap, takes the kneel, and that will do it. 59-27 the final. Travis, will get your quick thoughts before we head into the postgame show.
Shepherd came out and played the type of ball game that they needed to play. They came out, weathered the early storm. Shippensburg gets that kick return, but Shepherd responds in a big way. The defense played with absolute phenomenal energy today, and they just basically dominated the game from start to finish, and the offense was able to take it from there.
So the Rams get the win, 59-27. The bounce-back win after the loss to Kutztown. We'll take a 2-minute break. On the other side of that break, Travis and I will have the postgame show. This is Shepherd University Rams football on TV 10 and WRNR TV on YouTube.
The right attorney can make all the difference in the outcome of your case.
I called Sutton and Janelle, the best lawyers you could ask for.
Sutton and Janelle Attorneys at Law. 70 years of collective legal experience. Family law, criminal defense, DUI, personal injury, and mediation.
Sutton and Janelle got the most favorable outcome I could have expected.
Visit Sutton and Janelle's new historic location, 224 West King Street in Martinsburg. Online at suttonandjanelle.com. Sutton and Janelle Attorneys at Law. They value your rights and are passionate about your success.
With 4 new car dealerships and 4 used car dealerships in 3 states, Parsons is the largest used car and fastest growing new car dealer in the tri-state area. Take Parsons Ford with huge savings on hundreds of new Fords, financing from 0%, Parsons' goal of financing for all, and Parsons' famous above-market trade-in allowances that help make Parsons #1 for used cars too. See why so many won't buy anywhere but Parsons Ford in Martinsburg. We became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons.
Over? It's not over until we say it's over. Was it over when the Germans bombed Pearl Harbor? No!
After an eternity in the cold trenches filled with the sinew of flesh.
When the going gets tough, the tough get going.
Men have to dig down deep and grab a hold of anything they can for motivation.
Let's go.
Rock's Coffee, a great pick-me-upper.
It's the post-game show as we recap the scoring, bring you stats and analysis, scores from around the PSAC and Super Region 1, the Division 1 Top 25, and the latest on the West Virginia University Mountaineers and Marshall University Thundering Herd. Let's get it started as we go back to the field and rejoin our TV10 broadcast team.
Four and 1 now on the year, and Travis, after the disappointing home opener against Kutztown, it's nice to see this team bounce back and play like the team we saw in the first few weeks and really execute, especially after kind of a rough start, because they give up that opening kickoff return, and you think, wow, Shippensburg's came to play, and this could be a repeat of last week, but Shepherd really closed the door after that.
And it was something that Shepherd had a lot riding on the line, not so much in terms of like postseason play, but pride. They came out in a season home opener against a quality opponent, and they did not put their best foot forward. You come into this weekend playing against a team that has a 4-0 record, and it's Hall of Fame weekend. You got some of the all-time great Rams out there on the field, and they want to show up for those Hall of Famers. And that's certainly what they did. They came out. It didn't start off the way that you wanted, giving up that big kickoff return for a touchdown to get the game going. But after that, it was all Shepherd for the rest of the game, and you really like the way that they responded to that adversity early on in the game. The defense just took control of the game with their energy, harassed Bryson Messina all game long, and the offense was just the efficient machine that we're used to seeing. And I think it's going to be huge moving forward in this season, the way they were able to run the ball in the second half. I think you're going to see that confidence spilling over into other games as far as the offensive line, the running backs trusting their offensive line, and just the offensive play callers trusting their running game a little bit more, knowing that they can make some plays running the ball as well as pass it.
I think, too, when you look back at things from the Shippensburg perspective, and they come in here 4-0, a lot riding on this game, because it's a chance where you look back at their schedule and, like we talked about, hadn't really played the best of teams. We knew Shepherd's a good team, so if they come in here and get this win or even play really good, people got to watch out for them in the PSAC, and now it's kind of uncertain on where their season will go from here. So, if you're looking at things from their perspective, what do you try to tell your team after this? Because you were probably riding a high of being 4-0, and then this kind of brought you down to maybe reality, or at least down a notch where, hey, we still got a little while to go before we're on a team like Shepherd's level.
And that's an interesting point that you make, and the answer it is, styles make fights, because Shepherd went out, controlled IUP. IUP was a team that went out and beat Kutztown. Kutztown is a team that comes to town and beats Shepherd. So it all depends on your matchup, and just styles make fights. And you look at today's matchup, Shippensburg comes in. They have a good quarterback, 4-0. Start out the game probably the best possible way that you can start out a game, but yet Shepherd was able to come out and take care of Shippensburg. So curious to see how they're able to respond after this week, but styles make fights. Sometimes you're just going to have a better matchup week to week, and this was certainly not the matchup that Shippensburg needed. It was a couple times where you could tell that they tried to take some of the ideas that Kutztown employed, but it's just they didn't have the personnel to match up with the athletes that Shepherd has. Maybe other teams will be able to look at that Kutztown game and be like, you know what? I feel like we do have those type of athletes, and we're going to be able to use that type of matchup. So it was just an interesting game, and you never can tell who's going to show up week in and week out. But Shepherd certainly showed up this week, played with a lot of energy across the board. Some things that they need to clean up on special teams, but certainly a step in the right direction from what they had last week. So they were able to get some good blocks on their extra points and field goal attempts, clean up some things, because Shippensburg was able to get some really good returns consistently outside of that big return early on in the game. So a lot to take away from today's game, but Shepherd back to their winning ways, feeling good about what they're able to do on all three phases of the game. And Shippensburg is just, sometimes you just got to take it on the chin and just see how your guys bounce back the following week.
Yeah, and I think that's a good point you make, too, about Shepherd able to see a very similar defense out of Shippensburg that Kutztown executed perfectly and make the adjustments from week to week. So now you also might look at it too, unless you have a personnel like Kutztown does, you might not want to try that defense because Shepherd's proven against lesser competition that they can certainly put it together. So you throw that, your game plan maybe into a different direction for a team like Lock Haven, who's kind of probably on the Shippensburg level, we would think, based on what they've done in the past. So, they'll have a challenge again. We won't have that game, but we'll still talk about it here a little bit in the postgame show. They'll have a challenge of going up against this very talented Rams team, and obviously with this impressive win over a 4-0 team, the Rams should move up in the polls and be feeling good about themselves heading into this Lock Haven game on the road in kind of a weird environment down there.
And you look back to that 2019 game, Tyson Bajent a little dinged up headed in that game, so they rest him. Chris Lane a little banged up headed into that game, they rested him. But that also gave chance for the backup quarterback to step in. Frankie Stevens really emerged during that game last year. Deontay Glover really hit his stride. So it might be something Shepherd using this game as a springboard, then going into Lock Haven, maybe looking for more of those second-team guys to get some more playing time going into that game.
All right, so we'll take a quick 2-minute break. On the other side of that break, hopefully we'll have some stats for you. We can kind of go a little bit more in-depth on this game, and then we'll get Travis's awards as well, and then you'll hear from Colin. But we'll have a 2-minute break here, and then when we come back, we'll bring you the stats here on the Palace Lounge postgame show.
See that Honda badge? It reveals more than the Ridgeline's maker. It's a testament to endurance and Honda ingenuity. So when the terrain ahead is full of challenges, brace yourself. The Honda Ridgeline is about to amaze you. Rise to the challenge with the rugged performance of the Honda Ridgeline.
Miller Honda, south of Winchester, home of the lifetime powertrain warranty. www.mymillerhonda.com.
Hi, this is Lauren from Orsini's right here in Martinsburg. Grilling is not just for the boys. We are a Platinum Traeger dealer carrying the Pro Series all the way up to the Timberline Series. We have every flavor of wood pellets along with accessories, rubs, sauces. Not just Traeger, we carry Utz, Meat Church, Lanes, and Dizzy Pig. We also carry a full line of Yeti products. Orsini's has everything to complete your backyard. Visit us at 360 Hack Wilson Way or at Orsinis.com.
The Palace Lounge in Martinsburg has a brand new list of daily specials. Monday, stop on in for burger night or enjoy a nice juicy steak every Tuesday and Wednesday. The Palace Lounge also offers freshly steamed shrimp Thursdays and chef specials every Friday and Saturday. Sunday is all-day breakfast and there are drink specials daily too. So come enjoy the Palace Lounge. You can find them on Facebook or call 304-267-7520. The Palace Lounge is located at 1350 Edwin Miller Boulevard.
Remember when you were a little kid and saw your first deer?
Oh, how cute.
As an adult, maybe you've had a different experience.
Where'd that come from?
Bambi mess up your dream machine? Call Cody's Auto Body today at 304-901-4777 and get the work done right the first time. Cody's Auto Body, 851 Wilston Street in Martinsburg, has a team of auto body professionals with a lifetime of experience putting your ride back together again, regardless of how it got that way. Cody's Auto Body.
Welcome back to the Palace Lounge post-game show. Nick Verzlene, Travis Smith here. Spencer Dupuy, our on-site producer. And Donald Kinney. Our cameraman, Donald Kinney, Matt Miller, and Harry Brown. Thanks to all those guys for helping us out. Colin McLaughlin back in the studio. You'll hear from Colin in just a moment as Spencer grabs the keys from me, so I have to adjust there on the fly and didn't do my best job of doing that. But we haven't gotten the stats yet, so we'll just kind of continue to kind of wrap this one up, Travis. And either way, we'll still shout out Atlantic Security as Don't Be a Statistic, brought to you by Dynamark Atlanta Security reminding you, don't be a statistic. Protect your family, home, and business with the local alarm professionals at Dynamark Atlanta Security. Call Ben Copenhaver at 304-671-2158. And Travis, just overall, I guess, what did you take away from this one for both teams? Obviously, an impressive win for Shepherd against an undefeated team, and for Shippensburg, still some room to grow and develop.
Again, like Shepherd, this was the game that they needed to have. They needed to have this game to come out and play with energy. That was the biggest thing that stood out to most of the people that watched that Shepherd game last week, was just how flat that they came out. And if you didn't know who they were playing next, you would almost kind of felt like they used the Kutztown game was almost like a trap game for them. It kind of had that feel to it that maybe that they were looking past them. But nobody's going to overlook a Kutztown to worry about Shippensburg, even though Shippensburg was 4-0 at that point in time. They came out, played with energy. They played consistent football in all three phases. They still have some room to improve on special teams. And particularly, Shippensburg was able to have some success. Shippensburg, you're just a young team. You don't have that type of game-breaking talent, so it's going to be something where maybe you have to scale some things back, where you can control the action a little bit more and not have your quarterback taking hits like that. That's something that they're going to have to fix on that O-line, but not like you're going to face that type of pass rush week in and week out. But that's something that you're certainly going to have to do a better job of, is protecting your quarterback. He's going to keep you in a lot of games. He's an elite-level quarterback. He didn't have a lot of opportunities to show that today, and a lot of credit to that Rams defense by not allowing him to get comfortable and set his feet and throw that ball down the field, because he's a guy that can really put some pressure on the defense, but it was just the opposite. The Rams defenders just took control of the game. That defensive front, oh my goodness, they were just after him all day long. They were in the backfield as much as Bryson Messina during today's game, and that's just, you have a quarterback like that, you have to keep him upright. And that's something that the Rams have been able to do very well this year. You just think back to that very first game of the season against Ohio Dominican and Evan Ernst. That was one of the things that they were able to do very well. They were able to get pressure on those top-notch quarterbacks and just make them have a very long day. The Rams, you hope that today's success in the run game kind of takes root and that they have confidence moving forward, using that run game and giving a little bit more of an added dynamic to that offense. You know you have the passing attack. That's taken care of. But what you want is that running game that's going to be able to complement that and make opposing defenses play you honest. Shippensburg, I just think you just got to take your lumps and move forward, and just knowing what you have, and just you have to do a better job of protecting your quarterback.
All right, Travis, so we'll get into your awards and wrap this one up. Start with the electrifying play of the game, brought to you by Orsini's.
Well, the electrifying play of the game, I'm going to go with the guy for the first play of the game, Dante Witcher, a 99-yard kickoff return for a touchdown to start off today's game. That was the only time that Shippensburg held the lead. And the electrifying play of the game brought to you by Orsini's Home Store, not just an appliance store any longer. It's located on 360 Hack Wilson Way in Martinsburg, or you can check them out online at orsinis.com.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you on that one. Now your Cody's Body Shop collision of the game. You had several to choose from. I mean, that was probably the most popular thing we were throwing out throughout this game. But what did you got?
Well, I have to go over to Shippensburg once again. Number 5, Demetrius Hudson, early on in the game, delivering a big hit on Ty Hebron. Hebron not returning after that hit. Not that we're celebrating anybody getting hurt, but if you want to talk about a collision, that was a collision early on in the game, and that's brought to you by Cody's Body Shop. They're on 851 Wilson Street in Martinsburg, family-owned, and offering superior customer service and great pricing for a job done by experienced and certified technicians. You can give them a call at 304-901-4777, or you can visit them on their Facebook page.
And then finally, your WVU Medicine player of the game. Who you got?
And no question here, the player of the game has to go to Tyson Bajent. You could tell he had this game circled on his calendar. Lost that head-to-head matchup in elite quarterbacks versus Bryson Messina. The last time, Bajent only had 2 interceptions in that last game back in 2019. Today, I think he had like 100 touchdowns and no interceptions. So this week's player of the game is going to go to Tyson Bajent. That's brought to you by West Virginia Medicine, Berkeley Jefferson Medical Centers, leading healthcare here and everywhere.
All right, so we'll kind of wrap things up. I agree with you, though. But to throw another name in there, Ronnie Brown, maybe, for player of the game, just because he kind of got the ground game going throughout. But, yeah, I agree with you. Obviously, Bajan gets this offense going. And we'll kind of preview our next broadcast for Shepherd will be, again, we won't have the Lock Haven game for you because we'll have Martinsburg football on Saturday. They make the trip to Ohio for a matchup. Spencer Dupuis and I will have that game. But we will have the Millersville game, which will be the next game on the schedule following the Lock Haven game. So we won't be there for that one, but again, we'll be there for Millersville. Games coming up this week here on TV10 and Talk Radio WRR. Of course, Colin McLaughlin and Jim Klein will have volleyball action, I believe, on Tuesday and Thursday this week, as they'll have that game. And those guys do a great job, so make sure to tune into that. And then, of course, on Friday, we'll have high school football for you. Matt Miller and Spencer Dupuis will have a high school game in the area for you as well. So we'll get to now wrapping this one up, and we'll get our thank yous in. I'd like to thank all the guys on the broadcast, Spencer Dupuis, Donald Kinney, Matt Miller, Harry Brown helping us out on cameras, and Colin McLaughlin, of course, you as well, Travis. And that will do it here for the Palace Lounge post-game show. Palace Lounge located on Edwin Miller Boulevard with a full lunch and dinner menu with daily specials and a clean, comfortable atmosphere. Check out their menu on the Palace Lounge Facebook page. So stay tuned because Colin McLaughlin is next with the Extra Point post-game show. He'll have scores from around the country. But thanks for joining us here on the broadcast. I'm Nick Verzolini saying so long, everyone, and have a good rest of your Saturday.
Erie Insurance says here's to the grown-ups who move, mortgage, mow, and still bust a move. But does your home insurance still fit? Erie helps you protect the home you've grown into, all at fair prices that are often less than the other guys. So how do you find the right coverage? Magic. Nope. Local independent agents who get to know you like this.
Your local Erie agent in Martinsburg is Smallwood & Small Insurance. Get a quote at smallwoodandsmall.com.
Erie Insurance.
Imagine this, an entire week with your family in a mountaintop home overlooking one of America's most scenic lakes. Sound good? Let me tell you, for my family, it doesn't get any better than La Bella Vita at Deep Creek Lake. I'm David Welch, and you know I give it to you straight. So here it is. From the moment you arrive at La Bella Vita, the pressures of life will disappear as you bask in the comfort of this beautiful 6-bedroom house with 2 outdoor decks that overlook the water and great amenities like a pool table, a large hot tub, and towels and bedding already in place when you arrive. You'll also enjoy the wonderful selection of local restaurants and pubs. Debbie and I love Deep Creek Lake, and we especially love La Bella Vita. To make your reservation, call Tailor Made Deep Creek Vacations and Sales at 301-750-2182. That's 301-750-2182.
Welcome here to the Scoreboard Show. Colin McLaughlin, and this Scoreboard Show is brought to you by Home Helpers Home Care of Martinsburg. As the Shepherd Rams victorious against the Shippensburg Raiders, and what a game it was. An absolute blowout for Shepherd. The final score 59-27. Let's now look at some other scores around the nation, starting with Division I football in the top 10. SEC play, Georgia victorious against Arkansas, shutting them out by a final score of 37-0. Michigan beats Wisconsin on the road 38-17. Tennessee all over Missouri 62-24 is the final in that one. Illinois comes back and beats Charlotte 24-14. Pitt dominates Georgia Tech 52-21. North Carolina over Duke 38-7. Minnesota beats Purdue on the road 20-13. Toledo dominates UMass 45-7. Texas on the road comes back and hangs on to a close victory against TCU 32-27. Temple narrowly wins against Memphis at home 34-31. Western Michigan beats Buffalo 24-17 with 7:48 to go in the fourth. Number 24 in the nation, Wake Forest, is tied with Louisville at 27 apiece. At halftime, Appalachian State is beating Georgia State 14-6. Also at the half, USC's beating Colorado 20-7. And already in the second quarter with 12:04 to go, Cincinnati and Notre Dame going on right now on NBC. Cincinnati's up 7-0. Coastal Carolina, the 16th ranked team in the nation, up against UL Monroe 28-3 with 8 minutes to go in the second quarter. Eastern Illinois is delayed against Eastern Michigan. However, NIU leads 10-0. And we're still waiting for kickoff, which should just be going on right now for West Virginia University. You can listen to that game on WRNR's radio airwaves, 106.5 FM and 740 AM. Those are your Division I scores, and don't forget Marshall also plays against Middle Tennessee tonight at 7. Let's now look at the Pennsylvania State Athletic Conference scores, since those are Shepherd's typical opponents. Final score: Millersville comes back to win at home against Lock Haven after being down 23-14. The final from that one, 31-29. And that one goes final. As for Kutztown University, the final score is 21-14 against East Stroudsburg in that one. And let's look for the next one here. You have Bloomsburg and Westchester going on in the third quarter. It looks like just getting ready to start. Westchester's up 14-13 against Bloomsburg. Another game going on at the half. It is 14-7. IUP leads Gannon. And then in the second quarter with 11:12 to go, the score is 3-0. Cal U currently beating Mercyhurst. The other games that will take place in the PSAC, you got Edinburgh against Seton Hill at 4 p.m., so that one will kick off in roughly half an hour or so. And at 6 p.m., Clarion takes on Slippery Rock. That's all the scores from Division I and the PSAC right now. Again, the final score from the Shepherd game against Shippensburg, 59-27. Shepherd improves to 4-1. And Shippensburg falls to 4-1 on the year as well. What a game. Hope you enjoyed it. Don't forget, next week, Tuesday and Thursday on TV 10, we'll have some volleyball action for you. And then on Friday, high school football, it'll be Musselman taking on Hedgesville. And on Saturday, we will not be having the Shepherd game for you, due to Martinsburg traveling up to Riverside High School outside of Cleveland, Ohio for a game. So we'll be bringing you that one on TV 10, YouTube, as well as our radio airwaves. Again, the final score, Shepherd 59, Shippensburg 27. That's going to wrap things up here on TV 10 and WRNR TV on YouTube. Until next time, have a good night, everyone.
You've been watching play-by-play coverage of NCAA Division II football featuring the Shepherd University Rams and the Pennsylvania State Athletic Conference. Today's telecast has been brought to you by Smallwood and Small Insurance, Milestone Realty, the Sutton and Janelle Law Firm, Orsini's Home Store, the Mirius Group of Financial Advisors, the Palace Lounge, and the Mansion Ferretti Law Firm. TV 10 Sports thanks you for watching today's presentation of Shepherd University Rams football. All rights reserved.
TV 10